Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, October the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. Thank you, Kiri. And see my screen. Well, first of all, we're in for, believe it or not, a positive open to start. Let's see what happens, of course, once the day, once we get into the trading day. But at least we're in for a positive open. So now, not too many earnings plays, but there are a couple that are known entities, I guess we'll call them. Western Digital, WDC, is an earnings play. Nice big pop up for it, almost 14%, 320 million in the float. So it's a big float. That's a big move for WDC, Western Digital. SOFI is an earnings play. People follow that one, of course. Every time I see a game from Las Vegas, I see that stadium. I'm sorry, that's not the stadium. Anyway, it's somewhere else. But anyway, Sophie, um, big float also, 877 million in the float. Another big float. Thank you, Les, in our YouTube room. ON is an earnings play. ON is an earnings play. Pretty big gap down. Another big float, 429 million in the float, down 7%. Lots of volume already, almost half, well, 400,000 shares. Um, so there's another one that is gapping down on earnings, ON. DCPH is gapping up a little bit on earnings. Now, the problem here, it hit 1368 in the pre-market, or at the high in the pre-market. So it is fallen quite a bit, back down to 1134, still up 11%, but pretty whippy in the pre-market. JKS is another earnings play. JKS, China stock, China solar stock. So this has actually got a little bit of room, I guess. If you look at the daily chart, 28.95, say 29. So there is about $1.50 to the next high on the daily chart. So there's a little bit of room for JKS. Com is not an earnings play, but it may as well be. I think what they're doing is they're preconditioning the market that when we release on the 9th, it's not going to be good. So this is a big drop for COMM, CommScope. Another big float, 205 million in the float. Lifetime low now, COMM. This didn't have very much volume, but it is an earnings play. RVTY, not a lot of volume, only 17,000 shares. But this is gapped way down. This is an all-time low now. Revity, RVTY. So this is gapped way down, just not a lot of shares yet. And MGTX. I think it's an earnings play. Yeah, I saw this one. I mean, another one that gapped way up to almost $6, and it's pulled almost back down $2. So hard to know. $30 million strategic investment from Sanofi. Is McDonald's earnings this morning? I thought it was. I know it's this week. MCD. You're right. October 30th, pre-market. Must have been out of the price range that I normally see. So yeah, there's McDonald's, MCD. A couple of little buyouts. EAR is a buyout. If you're wondering why I'm not talking about it, EAR is a buyout, or they're taking themselves private, one or the other. Taken private. So EAR is basically they're going to be taken private. And the other one is I think MIRO, Miro. They are also taking them. They're a buyout, they're not taking themselves private. Now, the trade of the week. There is a trade of the week this week. WFRD. Suggestion is to take it over 95. So whether it hits 95 this week or not, I don't know. We don't count the pre-market, so I saw it did get up to 95.02. But anyway, how you trade it, if you trade it, will be up to you. But that is the trade of the week. WFRD. So interesting. You can see here are my gappers, my that are over 10%. If you see, check out this column, the change from the close percent. So you can see we have quite a few that are over 10%, but down 10%, only three. Only three. Didn't talk about the BHAT, so cheap. But this is the one. This could be interesting. I mean, RVTY, I guess, is the spread is terrible right now. Yeah, it's untradeable right now. But once this volume picks up, I don't really recall this one being an IPO back here, but really don't remember this one at all. This is back in May, earlier this year. I don't really remember this one, RVTY. All right, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. All right, so what I'm looking for is maybe some stock that has been upgraded with a price target that is way above the current target. So let me see if I can find anything like that. Plus any stock that has been upgraded by multiple firms. And then we'll look on the downgrade side, the same thing. I'm not seeing anything yet. Certainly don't see one company that's been upgraded by a bunch of different firms. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything on the upgrade side, guys. So let me take a look at the downgrade side. And actually, we have fewer downgrades than we have upgrades this morning from briefing.com. Again, I'm really not seeing anything that's jumping out at me here. All right, I'll take a look at Newell, NWL. I guess is that it's already at the downgrade price. So yeah, taking below it, JP Morgan downgrading it to $7. So it's already there. How about Donut, DNUT, Krispy Kreme? Take a look at this one. Truist has got a downgrade. and another one, 13. So it's already there. Now, EXR has got a big downgrade from Bank of America. Let's see if it's already at the price though. Now, what are these guys doing? They have a downgrade to 119. It's already there and below. So nothing really interesting, guys, that I can see. Oh, you're right. I don't think I mentioned Vine, VYNE. I know it's second on my list. VYNE. So low float, 3 million in the float. The company announced some kind of a financing, yeah, private placement of 88 million and data from its phase 1B. Okay, so raising some money and I guess positive data. It's only phase 1B, but it is a low float, 3 million in the float, lots of volume already, 5 million straight at the float. I have no idea if that is a rehash, their approval letter for their device. I don't know if that's a rehash of old news. Really don't know. That's ICU. They've got a lot of I've seen a lot of headlines on that one this morning. I don't know if that's just a rehash of old news. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. Again, we're in for a nice positive open. So I'm in, obviously every sector should be positive this morning. From our toolbar, I'm going to click on new, docked channel bar, move down until I see show more and sector status. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. Usually it's all or nothing, but this is, I don't think I've ever seen this, 50-50. So what does that mean? 50% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close, 50% are below Friday's close. Usually it's 100% one way or the other, or very close to 100% one way or the other. And let's take a look. Let's see. Well, as I said, they're all going to be positive, except so it's funny. Energy is kind of the weak sector right now. Every other sector, as we speak, is above. Most of the stocks are way above the close on Friday. Shouldn't say it like that. They're above, not necessarily way above. It's just that they're above. So a stock could be like 0.00001% above the close on Friday, and it's going to make it into the, it'll be above the close on Friday. So it'll make it into that ratio or percentage. Well, let's take a look, guys, at what these major sectors. I think there's still only three of them that are. Ooh, so look what happened on Friday. Wow, Friday, XLE broke down through the 200-day moving average. Wow, XLE broke down through that 200-day moving average. I did not realize it. That so as we speak, let's take a look at XLC because then that means we'll probably only have two of the major sectors above the 200-day moving average. But again, look at XLC. This is communications. So look at that rising 200-day moving average catching up to the current price. Then XLK technology, it's going to look very much like XLC, a rising 200-day moving average catching up to that price. So we're in jeopardy, guys, of having every major sector below the 200-day moving average. I did not realize that on Friday, XLE closed below. And of course, the SPY is below that 200-day moving average of 423. So the SPY is definitely below that 200-day. The upgrades and downgrades, they come from briefing.com, D. Okay, briefing.com. You can just go to their website. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So you can just go to briefing.com. That's where I get them. Wow, I had no idea that XLE had broken down through the 200-day. So it's actually sitting right 85.13. So yeah, it's still a little bit below 85.13 is the 200-day. Yeah, that is already. I mean, I just, I was toying with the idea of taking this in the pre-market, but did not do it. So this is, yeah, big semi on next low looking left. Still got some room. The next low looking left is around 66 on the weekly chart anyway. That is for ON. That's a big move. I mean, 700 or 429,000, a million in the float, down 12% on earnings. Give me one moment, please. Give me one moment, guys. Just give me one moment. All right, I hear JetBlue coming into the gap ups. JBLU, JetBlue, JBLU. Boy. So RVPH, you can see how choppy it's been in the pre-market. Huge topping tails, big bottoming tails all over the place. I guess I don't know if they've had any news. Says it's succeeding in late stage study. This is the news on RVPH, but it has been all over the place. 200-day moving average, not that far away, around 510. So it's at 474 right now. Yeah, they got a bunch of money from Santa Fe, MGTX. Again, though, I mean, look at these monster moves. I mean, up to $6 and then right back down to 4. And if he makes a $30 million investment through the purchase of, I mean, I mean, look, 4 million shares at 750 each. I mean, the stock's at $4. I mean, that's a pretty, I mean, you would think that's a pretty solid endorsement. Ah, Montreal and the neige. Casa. BKYI, if you like the pennies. Well, let's take a look at excuse me, obviously this is going to be below a dollar. BKYI. Let's just see how low. 18 cents, all right. Pops up to what, 26 and 18. So it's actually flat. The Montenegro Ministry of Defense selects BioKey for its secure data. All right. So there's Montenegro, their Minister of Defense, select this little company. Well, how about that? We've got Howl on the way up and Wolf on the way down. Now, guys, I can't make this stuff up. These are my text to speech, and she said Howl and then she said Wolf. I cannot make this up. Yeah, you are absolutely right, William. I do recall that. Anyway, Howl, I don't know what's going on with it. I don't see any specific news on it right now. It's up 12%. And then Wolf. Okay, Wolf is an earnings play. Wow, Wolf is an earnings play. I didn't see it, I guess, because it wasn't down at least 3%, but it's now down 3%. So Wolf is an earnings play. It's a big float, 123 million in the float. This is an all-time low now. Wolf is an all-time low. Whatever makes you laugh. I mean, she's saying howl and then she's saying wolf. Anyway, yeah, keep an eye on wolf for sure. And when you see some of these prices of these stocks a couple of years ago, and you see the prices now, unbelievable. All right, guys, got about 5 minutes to the open. I'm just kind of looking to see if anything else is coming in. Yeah, on is actually so RVPH. Well, actually, RVPH is now starting to. Where's the resistance? Wow. Okay, so it is now through the 200-day moving average, briefly anyway. RVPH 510. 510 is the 200-day moving average. The next highs are in the 525 level. I mean, if it really gets going, the next high is up here at 6. I'm trying to see if there's any. I don't see any news on this one. Okay, so announces positive top line results. All right, so there was some news. It's disappeared from my IB headline news. That's why. But we've got some news on this one. Let me just see what phase it is. 1, 2, or 3. Phase 3. Okay, phase 3. So it's a phase 3. Phase 3 release. And it's a pretty low float, 17.6 million in the float. I mean, it's already up 33%, but as you know, now is it shortable for me? Yeah, it is shortable for me also. 45,000 shares are short, available to short at Interactive Brokers. So there is that. How's the market doing? So the market is not putting in a red bar to begin yet on that the last 15-minute candle. The COMM. So it's not technically an earnings play, but it may as well be. Well, maybe it is an earnings play. We have here November 9th. I thought they were not pre-releasing, but kind of guiding. But this is actually an earnings play. Okay, thank you. I saw you post that, Casa. So it's actually an earnings play. All-time low. COMM all-time low. STM announces status of common share repurchase program. Okay, I don't know what they actually said, but this is moving down now. STM. All right, guys, we have less than a minute to the start of this trading week. So have a great start to this trading week, everybody. Excuse me. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, guys, we've got about 5 seconds. I'm going to watch to see what's going to happen with ON. Wolf. Okay, we're seeing these are just some of the early ones in the momentum scan. I didn't see SRC in the pre-market. SRC. Okay, guys, ON had a little bit of a pop up, but now starting to move down. ON, a little bit of a pop up, got up to 75. I mean, that is, that's got up to $75, right back down to 71 now. And the market, okay, I thought maybe we're going to see a big giant red bar to start, but nope, not yet anyway. So the next low looking left for ON on the weekly chart anyway is around 66.37. Certainly has room on the weekly chart to keep moving down. Ooh, look at Palantir, guys, PLTR. Looks worse than it is. 1530 down to 15. PLTR. They have earnings next week on the 2nd. There's another. So we have some of the earnings plays. DCPH earnings play. Sophie, SOFI earnings play. Western Digital, WDC. So it pop up, starting to fade somewhat, but it is early. GM. They did not get the UAW is they have not settled yet. GM. So this is just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. But I had a big gap up here, 28, big topping tail. So I don't like trading in the first 15. Now look at this market. Early, so early though. MGTX. So I guess yeah, so Shady is in this one, 420 so at 420 with a stop at 405 for MGTX. Big level for it to get through would be about 434 or so, 434. Looks like on the pre-market trading. Tough spread right now, 422, 433 for MGTX, a bit of a tough spread. ON is down below 70. ON, at least it was. Let me see if it still is. So yeah, so it got down to 69 something, popped up a little bit now. I mean, this is still pretty whippy, guys. I don't like to trade in the first 15, $2 or $3 moves just like that. Yeah, RVPH. Oh, halted on the way down though. Ooh, halted on the way down. All right. Okay, good one on Shady. A MGTX. Still a tough spread. Boy, 429, 439. Okay, well, I wonder if is DQ an earnings play? Take a look at DQ. I don't think it is, but it is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. DQ is an earnings play. China stock, DQ is an earnings play. Not Dairy Queen, but DQ is an earnings play. Imran, good morning in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, maybe keep an eye on ON for another 70 break down. This market looking good so far. Key one will be the second 15-minute candle. Will we continue to move higher? Well, first of all, we have to get this, we have to wait for this one to close. So we'll have 8 minutes. Yeah, JKS is through 30. Somebody mentioned peak. This is an earnings play. I didn't see it in the pre-market. Must not have been. Yeah, I know why. In my pre-market scanning, it has to be up or down at least 3%. So peak is only down 2% right now. PEAK. And there's a merger also with this one. I think Casa or somebody pointed that out. So this is so Doc and Peak are merging. Peak is also an earnings play today. All right, guys. Well, Vine is trying to make it's a high. It's a market high. Remember, it got up to almost 4 earlier in the pre-market. VYNE and jumps 52% in positive data and $88 million financing with is that the one with Sanofi as SNY? XPO is an earnings play. XPO is an earnings play. Nerds, NRDS. This was an earnings play on Friday, I believe. Yeah, so this is a big continuation. Yeah, look at this. Got some room too. You look left on the weekly chart. The next high is 1150, so it definitely has some room. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but this is a sort of second day continuation. Excuse me. Second day continuation after earnings for NRDS. All right, for some reason I've got a price alert set for CMCSA. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I can see why I put the price alert. I don't know if I care anymore. The the 200-day moving average is not that far away, less than $1 away. So EAR is they're going private. Okay, so that's why I'm not paying too much attention to EAR, EAR. All right, Spirit Airlines. Wow, Spirit Airlines. So they had earnings. This was Friday's reaction, and now look at this. continuing down. That's save, SAVE. See how the airlines are doing in general. Take a look at the ETF for the airlines, jets. Yeah, so save is, I mean, not that Jess is doing anything fabulously today, but save is certainly moving down. All right, so Doc is also an earnings play. So these are the so Doc and Peak are merging. Doc and Peak are merging. They're both earnings plays today. DOC. Well, hmm. All right, guys. How's my so is it hopefully it's just Chad. I did a sound check at the beginning. People said it was okay. So, but if it isn't, so let me know first of all, people in YouTube and also in the main room. How's my sound? Okay, so Chad, you might have to do a refresh. Okay, thank you, Chris. You might have to do a refresh then. Okay, this is what I can do. Okay, just give me a moment. What's going to happen is we're probably going to lose the screen, but I'll come right back. This is what I can do. I'm going to reset what's called the audio bridge. Now I'm going to reconnect again. Uh, All right. So what I did is I did something internally to the room. Maybe that'll help also for those of you who are having a problem. Okay, perfect. That's a simple fix for me. Very simple fix for me. So yeah, don't be shy. If you can't hear me, well, just let me know. It's a simple fix within the room. Chris, in case that ever happens with you, I see that you're in the room. Just click on the gear and then do the reset audio bridge. And that can clear it up for some people that can't hear better. Nothing worse than trying to listen to somebody when it's all garbled. I wouldn't. Yeah, thank you, Peter. Yeah, in YouTube, we rarely have a problem in YouTube, but anyway. All right, guys. So Expo. What's the next high looking left? 77.98. So not that far away on a percentage basis, but Expo is an earnings play. Yeah, XPO is an earnings play. Now, IBRX, this was super active last week, I believe. IBRX. Let's see what it's doing right now. Yeah, this has been on a 3-day run now. Now, my issue with it is it looks to me like it could be coming into a lot of resistance right around the 3 level. All right, we are now 15 in. So let me start taking a look at some stocks that might be interesting to me. CIFR, this is a daily reversal at a down day, like most stocks on Friday, reversing today. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is, yeah, to me, just too much resistance between here and $4. So PJ, good morning. Now, Peak is showing up on my all-time low. They're merging with DOC. It is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. I don't know how we would play this, though. They are merging with DOC. Cool. About the that short fee. You mean SNY, right? You don't mean SY, you meant SNY, right? Yeah. Oh man, I'd love to short this peak, but it doesn't make sense to me to do it. I mean, they're merging with Doc. It's an all-time low, but and it's an earnings play today, but they're merging with Doc, so don't know how I'd really play that. Well, it's funny. I'm looking at AEHR as a momentum play down. Yes. Um, Not an earnings play. Wow, it's a low float too. 27 million in the float for a $24 stock, so it's a fairly low float. Take a look left. Next low looking left on the weekly chart is around 2316. Is that right? 2474. No, 2474 is the next low looking left. So that might bounce for you from there, William, maybe. Well, this is an earnings play, IBN is CC Bank. So this is out of India. The next high looking left is 20. Yeah, it's too close. It's too close. It's through the 200-day moving average, or it's at the 200-day moving average, but next high looking left is 2256. To me, it's just way too close. Huge float, 3.4 billion. It is an earnings play though. Man, this peak. Oh boy, this peak could just be awesome. If this weren't something to do with Doc and all that, it would be awesome. But it's just because I love it. It's below the whole number. It's an all-time low. Earnings play. Everything's lining up. But again, it's got this deal with Doc on the merger. So okay, well, William. Okay, AEHR just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown now. I know what you're going to say. Drive it down further. I know what you're going to say. But well, the next man, I mean, the next low is 2316, so there certainly is room. Okay, guys, yeah, I'm not really seeing anything. I'm gonna just have to forget about the peak. Well, you know the ear is a buyout, right, Katie? Or they're being taken private. If you don't know that ear. Okay, well, MGTX after it pulled back down to about 420, now it's starting to move again. MGTX spread is starting to tighten up a little bit. Well, they got right back down to 413. Well, this peak is, man, it's inching its way down. Okay, first one, guys. First one in the option. Now, this is a real cheap one, of course. Com is an earnings play. It is an earnings play, even though we have it November 9th, but I don't know if they released early, is what our provider had. But anyway, it is an earnings play, all-time low, but it's so cheap now. So cheap in that, I don't know if I want to short something this cheap. B. What's B? Barnes Group. I don't think I've ever really seen these guys before. The Barnes Group. Okay. Anyway, this is all-time low now. B, all-time low for the Barnes Group. B. Well, I have to put an alert here. I had an alert at 1915 on my 10-day daily breakdown. It got down. I'm going to stick an alert around 1899. See if it takes it out. First of all, I have to see if there are any shorts available. Yeah, wow, a lot of shorts. 3.5 million available interactive brokers, so that's not an issue. So this is an all-time low for B. I don't see any news on this one. Man, I'd love to short this one, but look at the spread, 1893, 1917. Eight is what I'm talking about. And this is interactive brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen you're seeing here. 1895 bid ask on the B. It's just too wide a spread. Wow. Now, it won't matter, of course, if it moves down another dollar or so, but I just don't know what's going to do that, of course. Funny because the volume isn't bad. I mean, 500,000 shares already. Look at this. This is gonna I mean, look what I'm talking about, 1879, 1901. All right, guys. Boy, I love this one. I love this one, B, except for the spread. Okay, guys. That's why I backed off it. I'm talking about the B. I'll take a look at it later on in the day if it gets down below 19 again with a better spread. Okay, let's take a look at look at that RVPH. I mean, that news seemed pretty good. Doesn't matter though. Now ZI, let's take a look at ZI in the option scanner. See what it's doing. Okay, RVTY has been a little bit choppy. How's the volume? Volume has really picked up. We saw this in the pre-market. It was only about 17,000 shares. So the volume has really picked up now. RVTY, lifetime low. What's the spread like? You know what? The spread isn't terrible. In fact, well, just as I said that, it widened 81.72. But all-time low, RVTY. All right, guys, on ON, at least briefly, again, breaking down through 70, just hanging around that 70 mark. Yeah, there goes MGTX now. And almost go right back down to 4, and that 4 level held right down to here. Wow, I'm glad I backed off the B. No, but that's part of my trading plan. If I see a spread that's really that I don't like, I just won't take the trade. Even though I love this one. I mean, I just it's had all the earmarks of a really good looking trade, all-time low through the whole number. Okay, I have to take a look at Hog here, guys. HOG. I have it thumbnailed, and it's below Friday's low. There it is. 25.37 is the low on Thursday. This was an earnings play on Thursday, and it's still moving down. Hog is still moving down. All right, guys. ON is now looks like it really wants to give up 70. And the big deal about this one, of course, is that the next low is around 66.37. So it has a little over $3 to the next low on the weekly chart. The exact 66.67. So it's got $3 to the next low on the weekly chart for ON. This is an earnings play. Okay, so the market now, so there is a red bar forming. So we had a nice 30 minutes and a little bit of a sell-off at the top here. Now the next bar is red. What is going to happen? Wow, B, I should flip the script in my mind. Look at this. What a pop here. From the 1872, a dollar pop. And the spread is actually tightened up on the way up. DCPH, guys, this is an earnings play. Looks like it's making a new high. Pre-market high got up to 1368 or so, 1370. There's another high right there of 1250. You know, if it can maybe get through that. So you know that EAR is a merger or they're being taken private, right? 80, just in case you don't know. Okay, so here you go. I mean, shares of Ergo surged to within a few cents of the 255 per share price that this investment firm Patient has agreed to pay for the company. So you're right at that price now. I mean, I know it popped up a little bit, but all right, guys, on is actually an AI play. Oh, the RVTY. I mean, this is, I mean, it's all-time low at for an $80 stock. On trying to take out 69 now. Look at that B, over 20 now. Might have to look at it again at a higher level to short it. The next high looking left is 2005, so it's almost right there. Looking left on the 15-minute chart. They're still there. I just don't display them, Roger. If you're a subscriber, you can still have your races. I just don't display them. Or it. I had one. I just found I like the real-time alerts still. That's all. Well, MGTX high in the pre-market got up to almost 6. I think it was 583 or so, 583. The next high looking left on the daily chart, right around 5-ish. 533 it looks like. And the big deal about MGTX also is look at the volume increasing. It's the biggest volume bar of the day right here. This 15-minute candle right here. The volume is increasing. Okay, guys, this is sort of this is a red bar ignored for NRDS, Nerd Wallet. You have your uptrend, you have a little pause on the uptrend, that red candle completely engulfed by the previous green one. The next candle is green, breaking above 1032, which is the high of that red candle. So this could, it's a little bit choppy, but this could keep having a bit of a run. The next high on the daily chart looks like it's around 1067 or so. The high in the weekly is 1146. This was an earnings play on Friday, and it's a continuation. All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on Wolf. This is earnings play. It is an earnings play. Basically, I mean, it's an all-time low, discounting, of course, the pre-market low down here, 27.29. Stick an alert there and see if it takes that out. Hayw, earnings play. Again, didn't see it in the pre-market because it wasn't down enough. It's down, it's only down 2.5%. HAW. I don't see enough room for the DCPH. Unfortunately, DCPH is an earnings play, great gap up on earnings, but the next high looking left is 1249, so it's only 20 cents away or so. On, guys, ON, on, ON. Thing was taking out 70. Now the next one was 69, still has some room. What did I say? 66, 66, 70, 66, 67. So it still has a couple of dollars. So that next low looking left. Yeah, just, this is why I like to sit out that first 15. I mean, see how kind of choppy it was in the first 15 minutes. But once it took out 70, it's been relatively smooth on the way down. So AVTR, I believe, yeah, this was an earnings play on Friday. AVTR, big knockdown for it. Bit of a continuation. Buyers are stepping in, trying to prop it up a little bit, but second day continuation down off earnings, AVTR. Too bad. I'm seeing the CHRS is showing up on my abnormal option activity scan, but the problem is, again, look left. Too much to me. There's just too much resistance. Potential areas where it could stall. Therefore, cannot take the trade. All right, Hog, HOG. Looks like 2543 is the next low looking left. Let me see if MGTX is shortable for me. Not that I want to short it right now, but I'm just looking to see if it is available. Yes, there are a lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers anyway, 600,000 over 600,000. If this ever really wants to start to give it up. Yeah, WDC just looks like it's just weakening, doesn't it? It's an earnings play. It's still up for the day. Still up 9%, but it just looks like it's weakening. These topping tails here. Looks like it's just weakening. They got down to 4167 in was that the opening 15-minute candle. Look how choppy it was. Big topping tail, big bottoming tail on that opening 15-minute candle. A couple of topping tails here. Can I show the unusual options scan on the Tony, do you have trade ideas? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Tony in our YouTube room. Do you have trade ideas? Can you hear me? Because in about 10 minutes, I'm going to be going over all the stuff you can find on my homepage, including these scans that I'm sharing, which is one, this is one of the ones I'm sharing, of course. Hmm. Tony, can you hear me? All right, guys, the on continues to make its way down within $2 now of the next low looking left on the weekly chart. I saw, oh, earlier. Hog guys, okay. I'm liking this hog right here. All right, Tony. Well, you can't hear. Okay, tough. Tough to do then. Yeah, look at, okay, guys, I did not take the WDC, but that looks, definitely weakening, weakening, weakening with the market, unfortunately. Look at the market now, wiping out all these, the first 30 minutes. Now the key, well, can it hold this, this level here? I'm going to stick a price alert down around 412. An ON short, Tim. Yes, an ON short. And I'm looking at a hog short right here. Another whole number test, guys, for ON 68 coming up. Boy, the RVTY, I mean, I don't know. I don't. With that float, 123 million in the float. This is an all-time low. It's an earnings play. Such a high price to be on all-time low. RVTY. This is from the AI, RAI also as a short, 83.39, $80 now. That's almost 4% down. And ON 71.71. Right through the next whole number, 71.71, 67.77 right now. This is from RAI. These are all shorts, two shorts in a row. Okay, hog inching its way down. Now, I don't expect a huge move. I'm in at 80. I don't expect a huge move. Excuse me. I think it's got maybe some resistance around 40. That was the low last week, 43. But I have a pretty tight stop on it. So if it got down anywhere close to 40, that would be fine in terms of a risk reward. Okay, ON through the next whole number. Boy, this has been a very once we got rid of that first 15 minutes or so, settle down. It's exactly the reason I don't like to trade in the first 15. But once we got through that first 15, you see how it's been pretty orderly all the way down. Spec. I had an alert set for spec that taking out the high of right now 4 days ago. SPEC. Well, I'm the wrong person to ask, but I'll put it up, Sophie. I don't look at. I mean, I can read a headline, but other than that, adjusted loss 29. The mean expectation of 15 was a loss of 7 cents a share. So, well, that doesn't look good. I mean, I can't tell. I mean, look, the initial reaction was, for whatever reason, was positive, but now it's just sinking. Obviously, what it doesn't really matter what this says. The market is saying they don't like it. I mean, that's really what it's all about. But this first line is really the key. I mean, 29 cents per share is what they lost, and the mean expectation of 15 analysts was only a loss of 7 cents a share. So that's quite a bit more. I I think the confusing part is why did it pop at all? Okay, guys, I have covered some of my ON now. The just in case it cannot get it they get down below 68 briefly, and then it came right back up to 68. So I've covered some as it was moving back up to 68. I mean, the next low is not that far away. on a percentage basis. 60, 66, 67. The hog is inching its way down. And no good. Okay, there's the SPY. So touch this little price alert I put down here. Now don't worry about this. This did not happen, this big bottoming tail. It did not happen. Okay. Yet anyway. I don't know why this happened. I don't know why we're getting this bottoming tail. And I'm also checking another charting program and it's there also. Yeah, well, usually pre-market or after hours, yes, but you see it all the time in the pre-market, especially around 8 o'clock Eastern time. But yeah, I don't know. I cannot, no explanation for why that happened. Yeah, I don't know, Tim. I really have no idea. But it is not just our it's not just our charts. It's I see another charting platform has the same thing. So excuse me. All right, what's happening with WRAP? WRAP. Yeah, another one that's coming into, in my opinion, too much resistance around the $2 level, so I cannot take that trade. Raya, real cheap one, halted because of volatility. RAYA, is this on the way up or the way down? Okay, it's a China stock, only 20,000 shares. That's my minimum of something showing up in my halts resumes. But I'm not too interested in anything under $1. Yeah, I do see the B is reversing. Boy, what's the spread like now? 52, 58. Well, let's see if it takes out 19 again later on. I mean, this is again an all-time low. I mean, obviously the all-time low is here, but we're looking at previous days. The all-time low is 1879 right here. Well, this is still continuing down. AEHR, I did not take this short. 60, wow, 60, is that right? 1687 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart for AEHR. Now it's showing up. It's also just showing up now, excuse me, now on my option scanner. Okay, guys, it's 10:30. Still in the hog, still in the ON. Waiting on the ON to see if it takes out 68 again. Market moving down. Hog is struggling to get through the 60 level. So let me go over some of the things you'll find on my homepage, okay? Especially now the test drive. Boy, we're fast approaching the test drive. So let me put some of these links in and explain what you're seeing here. Okay, so I just put in a link called Test Drive November 6th to 20th. So this is what you're going to see. So the test drive starts next Monday, November the 6th, and it'll run until the 20th. Those are 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11. We don't have free trials. It's about as close as you're going to get. And what you'll have for $11.11 is access to our premium service. The only thing you will not be able to do is auto trade. Okay. So if you're looking to auto trade, forget about it. That's the only reason why you want to take the test drive. Then don't take the test drive because there was no auto trading. Now, on Friday, if you sign up right now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. Okay. So you don't expect any live data until next Monday. Okay. So please don't harass our support people and say, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? It doesn't start until the 6th. And that is the 10 days. Now, if you can only start on the 7th, you're not getting 10 days, you're getting 9 days. So it's not 10 days from whenever you start. These are fixed days, okay? Now, you'll actually have access to the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes Friday, this Friday. Then you'll have access to the program so you can take a look at it Friday evening and, of course, Saturday and Sunday. And please do that. I know it's only $11.11, but please don't come in, Monday morning saying, okay, what is this program all about without knowing a thing about it. And I'm going to show you where you can go to find out the bare minimum that you should do. Okay. Now, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. Don't worry. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay. That's a common question. Nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription. Now, we only do this probably only about 3 times a year now. So if you think you can afford $11.11 and you can, excuse me, you got between the 6th and the 20th, I think you should go for it. Now, if you're a standard subscriber and you want to have access to our premium service, and you can do the same thing. It will cost 11.11. And again, when the test drive is over, you'll revert to standard subscription unless you tell us no, keep me at premium. Okay. So that's that. Next, my home page. So this is what you're going to find on my page. You're right at the top here. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, then here's a promo code you can use, Barry25. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So all I ask is this, if you are eventually going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Okay. You can either save my homepage link or come back into the room anytime. Use my promo code. The reason being is that this is a free room. We'd love to keep it that way. The way to keep it that way is for you to take out a subscription using my promo code. That really helps the room. So at some time in the future, today, next week, next month, next year, please just use my promo code. Now, this is what I was saying. If you're going to take the test drive or you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Okay. You can take a look at this get started right now. You don't have to worry about the download and install and your first startup and login until you actually have the program. But When you do, then this will run through that. But introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Excuse me. Okay. So at least do that if you're going to take the test drive. So you have some idea about what the program's capabilities are. If you are new to trading, Trading 101. This is a series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So if you're new to trading, I really suggest you take a look at this. It's all free. Stock of the day video that I do, it is free. Trade of the week. This is free also. You can sign up for it. Trade of the week this week. Let's see if it's doing anything. WFRD. So this may not trigger. I mean, the trigger is 95. We're sitting at 91.85. So before people say, well, this is an awful trade of the week, it's not awful. It just hasn't triggered. Okay. And it may not trigger this week. The suggested entry was over $95. And you can see it did not get there. So if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section. Again, if you're going to take the test drive, you can take a look at the user guide. You don't have to learn everything about trade ideas, but here's that getting started again. I would look at an alert window, top list windows, and if you're interested in stock racing, this is it. And I would really understand how to use price alerts on the charts. I use them all the time. Okay, but again, you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas that's in this guide. Here's that Getting Started series again. Again, this is in the education section, the Getting Started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Monday. Pretty sure it's going to be Chris. Chris is pops in and out of the room, the main room. But I'm pretty sure it'll be Chris who will take over for me between 12 and 1. I will confirm that. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. Sorry, the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over to YouTube to listen to Chris. Last, my scan. So if you're interested in my scans, you click on my homepage link, scroll down. Here's the middle section. Here are my scans. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This lets me know the stocks that are gapping up in the pre-market or gapping down. Pulse resumes is over here. This is the momentum scan, Momo. There's my my momentum scan. Abnormal option activity is right here. So these are the scans that you can see. I have I have some others on my other monitor. So you can also take a look at the 10-day daily breakout and down. I love these. They are now the way I presented it in my on my homepage. You can pick and choose the individual scans that you want. Some people don't want to short, so you won't see it in this form with the four scans in one window, but you can pick and choose what you want right here. And I do have other scans that I am sharing that you can take a look at. So again, if you save my homepage link, then at any point you can take out a subscription using my promo code. And of course, if you save my homepage link, you can take a look at my scans anytime. I do change them up from time to time. And then the education section. Now, this room is free, and I should always start off with a big welcome. Anybody who's brand new into the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen, sharing my screen and on the mic, live on the mic. Okay, my two shorts are still working. Hog inching its way down to maybe that little support at 46, and on is continuing to work. Market unfortunately is moving down again. We're still positive. NASA's up, Dow's up, but starting to give it up. Wow, this O would have been awesome also. Saw this one way earlier than, let's see. And so what I do here now, an explanation about the abnormal option activity. So I'm an intraday trader. I rarely swing trade. So I'm always looking for, now the only way I can intraday trade, of course, is to try to find stocks that are behaving abnormally. Now, one of the obvious ways is using a relative volume filter. And that'll tell me the relative volume, for instance, with O, it says 9.61. What that means is that is trading 9.6 times what it would normally do up to this time of day, approximately 10:45 Eastern time. This is not the exact definition, but good enough. What did what did O do on average up to 10:45 over the last 10 days volume-wise? So what this is telling me, this is 9.5 times normal. Okay. So that's one way, of course, that I want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. The other way is option activity. So I don't trade options, but right now I can see that O is showing up here. For it to show up here, it has to be trading at least 500 contracts. You can see it's traded 9,790 and 219% as a ratio, 2.1 times normal. The minimum has to be 1.5 times normal. So so I can find out stocks that are having not just abnormal volume, but also abnormal option volume. Okay. And then I can make up my mind if I want to trade them. Because remember, this program is called Trade Ideas. Just because I get an alert doesn't mean I just hop into the trade. But anyway, this allows me then to see stocks that are trading. If I see a stock in both the option activity, and especially if I see it here in my 10-day daily breakout and down, I really, really want to pay attention to it. Also, if I see it in the momentum. So if I see the same stock in the abnormal option activity and either in the momentum scan or the 10-day daily breakout or down, then I really want to pay attention to it. It just says how I've color coded this is anything in brown is a suggestion to short, anything in light blue, a suggestion to go long. And again, the emphasis is on suggestion. Now, if you want my scans, of course, look at okay, hog guys is I've just covered some hog, okay, because I'm looking at this level right here, this 46, I think it was 43, sorry, 43, getting close to that low right there. So in case that stalls it, I wanted to take some off. It did get down to 45, very, very close. 43, remember, 43 is the low, 45, 25, 45, 25, 43. My style of trading is when I take a trade, I'm always looking left to see where could it go to until it hits that next low if I'm shorting or high if I'm going long. If I feel it has enough room before it hits any one of those two, then it becomes a viable trade for me, a potential trade for me. And as always, just because I see a low looking left or a high looking left doesn't necessarily mean it's going to get there, of course. Absolutely. Can you get my scans when the trial starts? Absolutely. If you take the test drive, it's just as if you're a subscriber, okay? So you have access to everything that I've got, everything I'm sharing. So let's take a look at this momentum scan. So if you wanted this one and you did load it, and you're wondering, or before you load it, well, you have to load it. You have to load it to see what it's looking for. So if you want to see what it's looking for, you right click and configure, click on configure, and then you click on summary. So this is typical for most of our scans, okay? The alert windows and top list windows, you right click, click on configure, and then summary, and then it'll tell you exactly what the scan or screener is looking for. Now there is a difference. Our top lists, things that have a T in the upper left-hand corner, that's a screening aspect of trade ideas. There are a lot of screeners out there that you can buy. Of course, we screen, but what we're really, really good at are real-time alerts, the scanning aspect. So when you see this and look at that MGTX just made another new high. So this is the screening aspect. So the price is between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. This is the momentum. Stocks in the last volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal, and in the 5 minutes, 400% of normal. Okay, that gives it the momentum. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why at 10:48, MGTX met all these filter requirements and it made a new high for the day, 541. Okay. So that is what we're really, really good at as a company, are the real-time alerts. We have the screening aspect, like a lot of programs you can buy out there, but that's what we're really, really good at, real-time alerts. So if you like this scan, but maybe you didn't like exactly the price range, well, of course you can change it. If I left click on this icon, it says 1 and 10. You can see all the filter values that I'm using. If I change that to 10 and 100, I click on the summary. It is now changed to 10 and 100. Then you can say, okay. So what I'm really trying to show you is that if you like the concept of my scan, but you don't like some of the aspects of it, a price range, maybe a minimum volume, you can always customize it more to your style of trading. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. I right click on this alert window, configure. This time, instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. So these are all the real-time alerts that we've got, starting off right at the top, the two most popular ones, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of real-time alerts, okay? I'm not going to go over them all. I'm going to keep scrolling down until I see these icons. These are our filter or screening icons, okay? So please listen carefully. You do not have to learn them all. If you're looking at all this and you're thinking of taking the test drive or even a subscription, but then you're seeing what I'm doing, you're thinking, wow, I can't learn. How can I possibly learn this program? I don't understand where 95% of any of this means. You don't have to learn all these alerts, real-time alerts or filters. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started 20 odd years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to create a or learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they tried to create as many real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But as you've noticed, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you didn't want to build a scan from scratch, you can always use mine. And we have a lot of scans here. I click on new, talk channel bar. These are all theme-based channels and they all have scans in them. So again, if you don't want to build your own scans, and if you did have a scan that you might like, we can always try to help you build your own scan. Okay. We have to work with the data points that we have, but we can always try to help you build your own scan. So again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Well, there's no. Your question is, why is it important that it costs less than $100 US? Are you talking about in my scan? Remember now, everything this is all personal. Others don't mind just what I kind of like. That's all. Some people like to trade Apple and Google and Amazon, several hundreds of dollar stocks. That's fine. It's just what, you have to find your own niche. And, that's kind of mine. It's not important, but that's why, it's all customizable. So if you looked at this and thought, well, you know what, I'd like to see the Apples, I'd like to see the Amazon, so increase the price range. You can, and you could say, I don't like those cheap stocks. You could start off a price between 50 and 500. Completely up to you. That's why you got to develop your own style. I won't look at stocks under a dollar. That doesn't mean stocks under a dollar are bad. Just that's, I just don't like to try to trade those ones. They don't suit my psychological makeup, if you will. Okay. Yeah, I'm not actually kidding. I mean, part of trading is trying to figure out what type of trader you think you want to be. When you start out, you don't really know. I, I can be branded as a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high of the day or the low of the day. That is not necessarily what everybody else wants. Now, it doesn't mean you can't use my scans. For instance, you might look at this MGTX and say, well, I don't want to, I don't, I'd like to take this trade, but only if it pulls back maybe to the VWAP 503. So you could, if that's your style, or maybe you've got a moving average that you like. Maybe if it pulls back to a certain moving average. Okay. So the key thing about anything you see here, these are stocks that are trading abnormally, though. Look at this. I mean, 434 times normal in terms of volume. But it's interesting. It does trade options, but it is only traded 124 contracts a day. So it's not showing up here because my minimum is 150. Well, again, what's important to me, Suni, is not necessarily important to you. I mean, again, I don't know if you're a brand new trader or not. What's important to me is just, stocks that are trading abnormally option wise and also up, well, option wise and also just volume wise. Okay. Couple together, that can be very powerful because I'm looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. If I'm going to intraday trade, I don't want to be in a stock that trades 10,000 shares a day. Okay. But it's not just so much the absolute volume. I mean, I look at Apple as an example. Well, it's not the absolute volume. I mean, sure, you might look at this and go, wow, I mean, Apple's trading 16 million shares. That should be something I want to get into. But look at the relative volume. It's basically normal. Okay, it's a little over normal, 1.1. So I mean, Apple is not trading anything abnormally. Now, when it has earnings next week, sure, that'll probably trade abnormally. Okay. And the earnings date column, for me, an earnings play is anything that released earnings after hours yesterday. Now, very, very few companies would release after hours on a Friday, and then this morning, okay? And the way we designate that is like this. We have an earnings filter. So this, again, this is important to me, okay? Anything that released earnings after hours yesterday. So tomorrow we'll see a lot more earnings plays because there'll be a lot of companies that will release earnings after hours today, and then of course tomorrow morning before the market opens. So minus 0.25 means they released earnings after hours the day before, and 0.25 means they released earnings this morning before the market opens. So that's how. So I use these two filters just to show me, those stocks that are really that are to me the earnings plays. Okay. If you actually wanted to see stocks releasing earnings after hours today, also you could put 0.75. That's how we designate it here. Instead of 0.25, then 0.75 would be after hours today. So you'd see This you would see the pre-market plus after hours today. But this is all that's important to me. Doesn't mean that has to be the only thing important to you. That means 16 days ago. Okay. Now, if you're wondering what this gas is doing up here, this is I was demonstrating our simulator on Friday, and I didn't take this. I didn't get out of this trade. This is in the simulator, okay? And I didn't get out of this trade because I actually wanted to show people how you could practice swing trading if you wanted to. So, just a word about all this, and this will all be available during the test drive. And if you ever became a subscriber, all you need is our standard service to practice trading. This is what we call Brokerage Plus. This blue window. We call this Brokerage Plus, and you must be using our downloadable application. If you're going to use our web-based version, okay, it is not available. And just a word, if you're thinking, well, what's better to use, the web-based version or the downloadable app? Absolutely, the downloadable application. Okay. Typically, the only reason a person is going to use our web-based version is that maybe got a Mac or they're trying to use a tablet. Okay, and because that's all browser-based. But if you've got a PC, absolutely use the downloadable application. Okay. Okay, guys, I've covered all the hog. Wasn't a bad trade. Well, okay. So the question is, does Trade ID include any tools specific for options trading? Uh, okay. The answer really is no, but sort of. So let me explain. We don't scan for options. Okay, we don't scan for options in the way you might think. We have nothing. We don't look at the Greeks. We don't look at decay. We Nothing like that. Okay, but these are the option filters that we do have. If I right click on this, well, I'll right click here on this alert window, click on configure. And this is just general also. If you're ever wondering what we might have, like what do we have for RSI? What do we have for MACD? What do we have for options? You click on the search and I'll type in options as an example. See what does it bring up? Okay. Well, we have some obvious ones. The put call ratio, option volume today, the total puts and calls today, put volume today, call volume today. Those are, I would say they're fairly standard. Then this option volume here, the top one, that's the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Okay. And then this option volume today percent, that gives it the, or allows us to find the abnormal ones. So this is what I was saying before. The minimum number of contracts has to be 500 contracts. And then the minimum in terms of this option volume today has to be 150%. In other words, has to be 1.5 times normal. The baseline is how many contracts on average did it trade over the last 10 days. Okay, that's the baseline. So if some stock on average traded 1,000 contracts over the last 10 days, for me to see that stock, it would have to be trading at least 1,500 contracts a day, 1.5 times normal. Now, some say, that can help you trade options, because at least it shows you the stocks that are trading abnormally in terms of options. I can't speak to that. I don't trade options, but that's what some have told me. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm out of everything now. The on, the hog. And now I'm just kind of waiting around. The market's putting in at least a little bit of a bounce. Again, where we didn't get all catastrophic. 45 minutes down. Let me just show you, how you can use the simulator. So you would load it from here. Click on New and then Brokerage Plus, and then this window will load. You may have different column headers, but that'll be up to you. There's a lot of different column headers that we can choose from. Chris, we have too many. We have way, way, way too many. Overkill. But anyway, Chris is listening still. So if you load it, this is more than likely what you're going to see. It'll say not connected. So you can click on Sim for simulation, paper trading. Click on Sim. It's not connected, should change to simulator. If it doesn't, because it really depends, I suppose, on the version of trade ideas you're using, then you click on simulator, a little box pops up. It says simulated trading default. Click on that. Now you're in our simulator. Okay. You're in our simulator. Now our simulator uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. If you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, then no problem. All you need is our standard service and it uses our real-time data. And I would heartily, not hurriedly, but heartily, vehemently telling you to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Okay. Trading is not easy. There's a learning curve. And what that learning curve is, different from everybody, or everybody's different. People say, well, how long is it going to take me to learn how to trade? I don't know. Impossible to answer a question like that. It could take several months. It could take several years. I mean, I don't want to turn anybody off, but trading is not easy. You've got to learn some basics. And that's why when you go to my homepage and you saw that Trading 101, it's a whole series of videos that you can take a look at that at least get you to understand like what you could be looking for. How to read a chart. So very simple to use though. You click on an alert, click on an alert, the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade from this box right there. Okay, we have now, of course, you can pick exactly how many shares you want, or you can pick from this list. Here's the bid ask. If the spread isn't too bad, like right now, it's only about a couple of pennies here. You click the buy button and then you send it, and then you're in the trade. Okay. I'm not going to go over this in any great detail right now, but maybe later on today. But that's how you can practice trading. And what I did here is I took a trade with his gas on Friday. I left it in here because this is how you can practice swing trading. If I take a trade and I don't get out of it at the end of the day, then that's how you can practice swing trading. So, Katie, what did you mean by that? You're going to have to lower your settings to 0 to catch ones like BTAI. What exactly did you mean? I think I have an idea, but what did you actually mean by that? This will lead me into probably a good discussion about scanning. Now, BTAI looks like there could be some resistance right around 4. All right, guys, let's see. So Santa Fe, SNY. So the high on Friday was 44.83. So it's very close. Could never take that trade right now. This was an earnings play. Yes. Chris, are you in the room by any chance? Can you hear me, see the screen and all? So, I mean, this is happening way too much, Chris. I know you've created their little Jira tickets on this, but how this single stock window just gets jumbled so much. I just don't know why it happens. If you can see my single stock window, I mean, it's just, then the next time I click on this, and it's not specific to the stock, because if I click on nerds right now, NRDS, but even that, you see, it's just not. Now they're all jumbled. Not jumbled, but not it's not being displayed the way it's supposed to be. Hmm. Well, something's going on. It's supposed to be filling up to the bottom here. They're all like this now. I mean, I can see everything, but it's just not the way I had it arranged. Well, you know what I can do? Well, that's really weird. It should be two columns. It should not be three columns. It should be two columns. That's the way it was all the time, like this. Okay. I mean, it's not the end of the world, except it's just not the way I've got it. But now it's like this is sort of defaulting to this. Okay, you see? Here we go. That's the way it's supposed to look. Anyway, okay, guys, what is GMM doing? Is this a SPAC? No. Okay. Yeah, you see this, Chris? I mean, it's just really weird. It's happening more times than not now. Oh well. Boy, this O would have been awesome also. Awesome short for O. Probably not. I'm sure I'm always on a development build. Thank you, Pepe. As I'm on a development build, 5.6.69. What are you on, Chris? Yeah, so we're both on the same thing. That's right. This GMMM. See there, how sneaky is this? I remember when this GMM opened, and I thought, okay, there's a China low float. Excuse me, right around the five, but it didn't do anything for. Well, I completely lost sight of it. And then all of a sudden, the last 3 days, look what's happened. I am muted. Could you do that? Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, obviously a stock that is well, first of all, you'd have to, yes, I mean, you'd have to have an earnings. These are the earnings plays today for me. Okay. So JKS, as an example, you'd have to wait to the end of the day. You'd wait for the end of the day to see whether or not the stock is up, your 5% or down 5%. Make a list of them. You can create a symbol list, and then we have what we call a position in 5-day range. Yeah, so we have a position in 5-day range, and so you'd want it to be at least at the above the high of the 5-day range. Okay, or at no less than the lowest at that number. So you could do it. Yes, you could do it. Requires a little bit of work, but you could do it. Would you have to wait for until the end of the day, of course, to see whether or not the stock was up 5% or down 5%? And then you create what we call a symbol list, a watch list of those stocks. And then you can update the list every day with the new stocks, for the next day. And then so they have like a rolling 5 days. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm afraid to look at peak. Yeah, I mean this boy, I wish it weren't anything to do with this doc. This to me would have been almost my number one short today. is peak, all-time low, breaking down through the whole number, had earnings. I just think though it's just too influenced right now though still by the merger it's going to do with DOC. Meanwhile, Sophie, SOFI, is now just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Ooh, look at this. Look at this. Look at the room it's got underneath, 566. I mean, look at this room, guys, on the weekly chart anyway, 599. So it's, we're at 676 right now. That is certainly, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong, wrong, wrong. No, I'm right. No, looks, I'm trying to eyeball it. I got down to 560, but I guess well, oh, 559. Sorry, 559 is the next low looking left. This has got a ton of room underneath. SOFI that it wants to keep going down until it hits that next low on the weekly chart. This is almost like a green bar ignored. You have a downtrend, you have a pause in the downtrend with that green bar, and then the downtrend continues. Yeah, PJ, I could not believe I didn't check the energy sector ETF on Friday. I had no idea that it closed down below that 200-day moving average. So we only have the two now, XLC. XLC, I mean, it's having a bit of a pop today, and XLK. Those are the only two of the major sectors that are above the 200-day moving average, and that's it. Which makes sense. I mean, the SPY is underneath the 200-day moving average. So I mean, of course, that makes sense that most of the specters. My James Bond. Most of the sectors are below the 200-day moving average. Oh, brother. Oh, not an earnings play either. But I don't know if this is technically a REIT, but I mean, all these, I mean, it looks like it should be a REIT just by the name of it, but my goodness, all these REITs, real estate investment trusts. So this showed up, and this is what I like to do. This is the don't repeat version of the abnormal option activity scan. This allows me to click on one of these. Here's the O. Okay. 1017 was the alert, 4622 was the suggestion. So when you click on that, even if you didn't see this repeating version, So you see there's a little blue arrow. That just tells me the candle, depending on what time frame I'm looking at, that the alert happened. So if I were looking at a 5-minute chart, it would show me the 5-minute candle. This is a 15-minute chart, so it's telling me that's where the alert happened. Don't the direction is just an alert. It's just telling me. So in other words, it doesn't mean because it's an up arrow that you should go long. It's just an alert telling me or an indication that is where the alert happened. And look what happened from there. And this is the repeating version of it. Okay, that's why you see over and over and over and over again. But I like to have a lot of times I'll have the don't repeat version of most of the scans I've got, so I can kind of look back and say, well, what did it do from there? Sometimes I might miss it. I might miss an alert, and I'll click on it from the don't repeat and check to see, well, has it moved very much? If it hasn't moved very much, maybe there's still time for me to do something about it. I never use 1 minute. No, I'm on my 15. That's it. That doesn't mean you have to or anybody else. Well, I used to, it's out of practice, Suni. Okay. I mean, I used to, when I first started trading, all I had was a 2-minute chart up, didn't have anything else. And just over the course of time, I just became more comfortable with just a 15 and the daily and the weekly. These are as important because it tells me how much room the stock can go. But again, this is not a recommendation to do what I do in terms of timeframes. It's just what is comfortable for me and what has, how I just feel comfortable with a 15-minute chart. Yeah, if it's an all stock deal, yeah. When it's no combination of cash and stock, yeah. It's not Spirit. Is it always buying Spirit or no? Is that the right symbol? SRC, SRC. Thank you, SRC. Yeah, so what Real is saying is that O is buying SRC, but it's a stock transaction, all stock transaction. So if moves down, well, this SRC is going to move down, as opposed to some of the transactions, which can be a combination of cash and stock, or the best ones, all cash, because then that doesn't really affect the price of the acquiring company or the company that is being acquired that much. Probably less stress, yeah. I mean, when you use a 1-minute time frame, you get, it can be insanely choppy. Not that 15-minute charts, used to be that 15-minute charts would really smooth things out, but again, this is not, anybody listening to me, whatever time frame you're comfortable with, keep using it. I would never say, this is what you should do because that's what I do. That's why, people have to practice trading to get comfortable with a time frame they like to trade. All right, so there's a little bottoming tail for SRC. Is there a bottoming tail for O? And the answer is yes. So you can see, yeah, so they're completely joined at the hip. But if you ask me what really reduced my stress trading was not trading in the first 15 minutes. That really reduced my stress trading. and I fully understand that I'll miss something that just runs right from the market open. But I've just had too many experiences where stocks just chop up and down so dramatically in the first 15 minutes that I was just getting chopped out of trades. So the only time I will take a trade in the first 15 sometimes is if a stock is making an all-time low. But other than that, I just basically don't trade the first 15 minutes. Now, I will trade sometimes in the pre-market. It's a little bit different, but I really don't trade the pre-market that much either. You know what's starting to drift down is that RTX had earnings, I think last week. Yeah, look at this RTX. So you can see, man, oh man, I mean, if it ever takes out, say, that 77.63 area, and I'll put an alert at the top here too, though. Well, yeah, a stock that is making an all-time low. Obviously, when I look left, there's nothing to see. So there's no chart support. So that's about the only time though that I'll take a trade in the first 15 minutes if a stock is at an all-time low, just because I think, well, there's no chart support. Well, for me, Suni, okay, understand you have to develop your, but yeah, for me, it can turn into a short. Yes, there's no chart support. I look left. I mean, there's nothing holding it up because it's at an all-time low. So I don't have to worry about anything on a chart that could stop it from moving down further. Doesn't mean it's going to. Okay, doesn't mean it's going to. But no, I understand. I do understand. It's very important that we develop your own trade. Just I'm talking in general. A lot of the stuff I do would be uncomfortable for a lot of people. I get it. But that's why, the program is called Trade Ideas. You can, you can create your own scans or take a look at all the scans that we've got in our channel bar, and you might see something there that goes, that meets my trading style a little bit better. All right, guys, 11:31. So I'm almost 100% sure it'll be Chris, but just in case, I'll just give Chris a little message. I'm sure it's going to be him. Okay, now as we're getting a little into the day, 2 hours into the normal market hours, now I will start looking at VWAPs and things like that to see whether or not stocks like MGTX, for instance. I know I talked about this with him in a great short. There were shorts available, interactive brokers, and you could watch it around the VWAP, 498. Would the VWAP hold it? Well, you can see right now that it's not holding it. And the answer is yes. So Chris is definitely going to be in our YouTube room. Okay, Chris will be in our YouTube room today in about 27 minutes, maybe earlier, right, Chris? Usually you like to show up about 5 too. No pressure. Oh man, this peak. So the DCPH, I mean, this looks to me like it could be coming into a pretty major resistance area. Around that 1260 mark, so about 10 cents away. If you took this earlier, I know Shady took it earlier. Just be aware of this area right around here. Just look on the daily chart. You can kind of see that there's a lot of action right around the 1260-65 mark. This is an earnings play, DCPH. Here's peak showing up now in the option scanner. So this is what I was talking about. I mean, it's hard pressed to do it, but so you see here it was 1605 on the 10-day daily breakdown, and now it's also showing up in the option scanner. This has no support. There's, it's an all-time low, but the fact that it's merging with this dock, just I don't know. All right, GMM is resumed. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers to short GMM. Give me a moment, guys. Well, I'm interested in a Sophie short, but it's just kind of doing nothing right now. SOFI, it did show up on the option scanner. I'm sorry, on the 10-day daily breakdown at 680, and it should be, and it'll start, you know what? It'll show up on the option scanner if it gets down to 674. How do I know that? Because what happened is obviously the option volume today is huge, 271,000 contracts. It is now just 1.6 times normal. Remember, my filter is 1.5, but also it has to take out the low of the day. That is the trigger. Okay, a new low of the day. So when it was doing this, the option volume probably was still less than 150% or 1.5. Now it is sufficient for it to pass this filter, but now it has to take out the low of the day. It may not happen, but so now Doc was positive, and now it is negative, and it's an all-time low. So Doc and peak. Market's not liking it. No, market's not liking this potential merger, I guess. They're both earnings plays. And of course, the lawyers are coming out in droves, investigate whether or not they've attained a fair price in its transaction with Health Peak Properties. Now, the other thing, guys, don't be shy about asking questions all day long. Don't think you're interrupting me. If I'm in a trade that requires my 100% concentration, I'll certainly let you know. But typically, that's just not the case. Most of the trades I take are not. I mean, I have to concentrate on them, but unless it's one of these crazy SPACs or super low floats. But yeah, you can ask me questions all day long. And if I can't answer the question, I'll certainly try to direct you to somebody who can. And accounting questions I can answer, okay? Just so you know, I've got nothing to do with accounting. Yeah, even this one was sneaky good, Calm, guys, calm. COMM. It's an earnings play. The alert was at 158. It's at 141 now. I typically don't short stocks underneath $2. Just, there's no, it's just sort of a personal decision. But boy, I mean, 158 down to 141. Of course, it's an all-time low. I was tempted to do it because it was an all-time low, but I did not do it. I mean, this CommScope, I mean, this used to be, yeah, I mean, remember these days, I mean, this stock was a, $43 stock. That looks like that's the high. Yeah, $43 stock. Now, granted, that is back in 2017, but I mean, $1.40. Man, I mean, not that long ago, it was a $30 stock. Well, again, I guess it is fairly 2018. So I guess it was 5 years ago. Yeah, so all you have to do is my time is gold. All I have to do is go to my homepage. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, then scroll down until you see the scan section. Click here, and then here it is, abnormal option. And if you do want the don't repeat version, it's right here too. But here's the abnormal option activity and then the don't repeat. Both of them right here. So this is the one that you oops. This is the one that you actually see. And then this is on my other monitor. So there they are. Okay. Hmm. Can I say prego? All right. There I okay. Does she work for com? Or in the industry? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, guys, peek and dock now. Both of them are moving down on this acquisition. All right, there's Sophie now, guys. SOFI. This might turn into a nice little short. I mean, it's been a nice short. Don't get me. I know it's been a nice short from here, but did it trigger for me? Now here's another one. CLMT. CLMT. Sorry, it was. I'm sorry. I thought it was still underneath 12. So never mind. Yeah, it's showing up on mine, also real. Mhm. Even though I know we have different, criteria, but it is showing up my channel also. Boy, look at Dock and Peak, just both all-time lows now. One's buying the other. Okay, guys, in about 12 minutes, I'll be taking my break. So what I'll do now, excuse me, is put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over to YouTube to listen to Chris. He's not there quite yet, but he will be. Now, the Santa Fe had to take out a high. I don't think it has. Otherwise, it would have shown up on my price alerts. But let me make sure. I'll put our price alert at 44.83 for SNY and see if it takes that out. That is the high on Friday. And it was an earnings play, I believe. Yeah, this was an earnings play. And obviously, if it can take that out somehow, look at the room it's got. I mean, nobody is suggesting it's going to fill this void in, but maybe fills it in a couple of dollars. That's all it would take. So this is what I am sharing. Earnings plays up versus earnings play down. This is what's called a compare count window, basically real time. So this is a ticker, like a normal ticker. And so every time you see if it's in green, it means it's making a new intraday high. And if it's in red, a new intraday low. And this is telling you that 68% of the stocks that have released earnings today that meet my filter requirements are down for the day versus 32% of them are up for the day. That's what that is referring to. And excuse me, and it's time. And it's excuse me, just give me a moment. And it is time sensitive. So this is from the beginning of the day, 9:30. Actually, it starts work. It can work in the pre-market. If I decided to clear it, it would start from now. Okay. Isn't that International Fragrances or something? IFF? International Flavors and Fragrances. Okay. Fragrances. Um, hmm. So that was the news this morning. A little bit of a pop-up on that news. So divesting their cosmetic ingredients business for $810 million. So I don't know what they're left with, but sale is used to reduce the outstanding debt. All right, guys, just really waiting for Chris to show up. I'll take my break very soon. Maybe keep an eye on RVPH. 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 This was a strong one at the beginning, pulled all the way back, and it's very, very choppy. Maybe trying to make a little move here. The VWAP 421 kind of got down to the VWAP area, popped. The high is 545 in the pre-market, 9 o'clock. So it's got about $1 to that. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but and it is, low float, 17.6 million in the float. Late stage data for a schizophrenia candidate. Frenia, excuse me. Okay, guys. Well, it doesn't look like Sophie is just going to hang around this area. There is that little pop. Good morning, Mr. Varley.
Good morning. And how are
Barely
you?
for you, yeah. 6 minutes.
That's all right. Sorry, I
just-
had you on in the room still, so I was getting the echo. Now we're good.
Okay, let me just put my announcement in that I'll be on a break. Okay, guys, so Chris is in the room now. You can head over there. I'll be on my break until I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. Chris is in our YouTube room now.
I need to swap screens still. I'm
All right.
So fairly uneventful morning, I'd say. No.
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, the peak and the dock. I wish they weren't during their merger. They were both awesome shorts, peak and dock.
Yeah.
Both all-time lows, both releasing earnings, but they're doing this merger, so kind of made me shy away. The on was good for me. ON. That was a good earnings play for me, and it actually showed up in our AI too.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize it was in the AI there.
Yeah,
no, that's a good one.
Yeah, not bad. And at least the market, I mean, we didn't wake up to another like huge downturn in the market immediately. So I guess that's good. That's nice.
Just that chop, just going to consider like every time you think it's ready to break one way, really, it just doesn't do it. I mean, although we are below that 420 level on the SPY now. So I was just actually, when you were mentioning ON, I was taking a look at SOXX and the SMH. I figured that's got to be weighing on those fairly heavy. And looks like it is more than
well,
less.
there are only two now, Chris. I mean, XLC Communications and Tech. They're the only two major sectors, and they're not that far above the 200-day. Look how that 200-day moving average is just rising like crazy on both of those, XLC and XLK.
Let's throw 200 up there and look. You know me, I go with as little indicators as possible.
That's the only one I got. The only one I got on the daily chart.
And there it is. Yeah, I'd say they're going to shake hands. I mean,
and if that happens, then they're all down below the 200-day.
Yeah. Let's see if Santa Claus can come to town here.
Yeah.
But, that big misconception of Santa Claus rally actually starts, what is it, like the day after Christmas or 2 days before Christmas or something is the technical Santa Claus
you're
rally.
right. It's not all December. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
all the same.
Of course, we've got FOMC on Wednesday. So,
yeah.
Why don't they come and say they're going to raise rates by a point, 1%, and then let's see what happens.
Pull a Volcker, just rip it right
down
off.
To 300 on the SPY. All right, Chris, I'll let you take over now.
All right, sounds good, Barry. You enjoy your break, and I'll see you in about an hour.
Okay, bye-bye.
So, all right, everybody, as Barry makes his way to a much-deserved break, I will settle on in here. Let's see. Make sure I got the chat out right. There we go. When I load a race, when market is closed, does it automatically replay? So it starts the open. I think you have to click the replay on that there. I don't want to call you by that full name. That's in a way. I believe in positive talk. So we're just going to call you trader. You can't say that first word. Can't put those two words together. With that said, yeah, you're going to have to click the replay. I don't think it'll automatically replay. Whenever I start my trade ideas on the weekend, it doesn't just automatically replay, hit it from there, but it will play from the beginning of the day. And I just check one thing in here. Yeah, you can have it set to do the replay automatically if you want. You could check the auto start last day replay if that's something that you want to have done. I personally don't, so that's why it's unchecked like that. But it is an option to check in there and do that. Get out a drawing tool, make sure. Excuse me, we can see that well. And again, as per usual, folks, no pre-done content here, so fire those questions away. I do get that, most people are along biased of traders, much like myself. So that's where I was talking about checking that auto start last day replay. So, the market that we've had now for the last 3+ months, that market that'll just chop you to pieces and so on and so forth. We discussed ad nauseum, of course. I know that makes for a lackluster time in general, whether in this channel with us or other outside sources that you may be using or utilizing for trading education and ideas. So I get that fully. That race set up. Fair enough. I'm a big believer in positive self-talk and all that stuff, but we save that for another time. But I totally get it. I totally get where you're coming from with that. And with that said, again, fire some questions away for me, folks. I always feel this is a much better time for all had when you are all driving the content and it's not just me coming at you and talking at you. Again, I'm happy to throw out whatever I can and keep it moving and entertained and so on while there are no questions coming in. So, real quick here, as far as things that I was looking at during the day, BTAI, obviously, just grinding along here. I feel kind of sheepish that I didn't take it. I thought about it when it cleared the high of Friday, and I don't know. I've got no excuse. I just didn't take it. I'm just feeling hesitant on pulling the trigger on anything right now. My head and my mind wasn't as in it, and it's just that's something you got to be in. You got to really have your head around it, especially in the market we're currently in. And again, as usual, what I mean by that is, look, down, gap up, down, kind of up, sideways. It's very, very tough, very, very tough. There's no real risk on edge. And so things that I've gotten into recently, I've had to close real fast, some for winners, some for losers even. It's not been an easy time for me anyway, so I'd imagine it's more than less the same. For most folks out there, long story long, as usual, BTAI definitely missed a golden opportunity there. MGTX, I didn't consider it the same kind of opportunity here. When I was looking at this chart here on the daily, I just, I'm not going to trade the first, Barry says first 15 minutes. For me, I say first 15. I'd even go sometimes, a lot of times, I don't trade the first half an hour, 35 minutes. Really, again, cutting down that stress trading. Not that any trading is no stress, but the idea is I've just found a lot of head fakes in those early days. And again, have I missed runners? Of course, always going to, just kind of the way it goes. I just didn't have confidence in this over that 450 level, give or take, with the daily chart looking like it is. Of course, it's put in a big topping shadow here. Obviously, yes, I missed plenty of alpha on it. I've taken plenty of trades that looked like that. Some have worked, some have not worked. all the same. I didn't feel it on that daily chart, so I let it go. It is what it is. Which shows a stock with the most amount of shorts. We don't have that, unfortunately. We don't have that data. Shares to borrow. Each broker is going to be individual. So you have to really check with your individual broker for that data. I know IB has it listed somewhere in there, how many shorts are available. I would suspect that other platforms have the same, but I couldn't tell you for sure. I know that Thinkorswim, the way they do it is it'll have an HTB at the top of the active trader, I think is the tab on it. So HTB meaning hard to borrow, meaning there's going to be heavier fees involved, and you have to have a, or not heavier fees necessarily. Your account size has to be over 100,000 to be able to borrow on those stocks that are HTB, hard to borrow. So, but you'll have to check with individual brokers on that. Unfortunately, we do not have a universal. There's a universal one. We just don't have it as a plugin of data here for trade ideas. All right. So what else? Those were two. Oh, IBRXO is another one here. Just another gap and go, and then it gave it up, and it's kind of floundering around now. Still up 11% from the prior, over 11.5% from the prior day's close. I think it's any shock to anybody looking left that it's found itself a little bit of resistance here. And this was another one here that, had a good amount of chart resistance here on it, but it still continues to plug away. Still very liquid, good volume on that. Any suggestions? Well, I never make a suggestion on anything other than get plenty of sleep and exercise and do some reading and writing. Those are the only two things I'd ever recommend. Outside of that, no recommendations. We look at the chart here real quick. That's a wild ride. I don't know what to say to that. Other than first, I'm going to throw a price alert on that just for fun. Throw that price alert rate. Okay, or just ignore what I'm doing. There you go. No recommendations, but obviously with this big bottoming shadow and springing off that back up over the 200-day moving average, I'm only going to mention it because it's there. If it wasn't there, I wouldn't even mention it. And now it's up above this 530 and change range here. That's some resistance on the daily chart. It's even more than that because there's $6 as a high for that day. And we got 524 as a high for that day. All right, so, make of that what you will. Oh, no, it's clicking the wrong day, giving me the $6. That's definitely not correct. There we go. High 533 on this day here. So, yeah, that 530 level. Look, if it holds above this 530 level, not unreasonable to think it might challenge 6, 6 bang, all through here, banging $6. So that does look like it's likely going to be some sort of resistance level should it continue. Obviously, halts up generally resume with an upward motion of the price, at least for the first 2 seconds, we could say. Obviously, some go on longer and just halt again immediately on the way up. Some make a move up, kind of flounder around before moving down, halting down. Some just, they kind of whip around after that with no halt afterwards. So again, anybody's guess is as good as anybody else's. No recommendations. However, it's obviously going to come unhalted and make a move up to a degree. As a matter of fact, it's stacking at 570 here in IB, I can see. So obviously, we're going to have some sort of move up after that. Now, I can tell you it's not a recommendation, but one thing I will not be doing is trading this right away. I'm going to give it a chance to settle. If it does, great. And if it doesn't, also great. Nothing ventured, nothing lost. Oh, you're stuck and it halted up. Okay, well, no recommendations or anything like that, but I have, when I've been stuck in a halt up before that I did not expect to get halted and I was uncomfortable. I set a limit price at something where I thought I was likely to get it filled on the open. I don't know what your entry is, but let's pretend for 1 second if your entry is at $5 and you decide to stick an exit at 550, 550 or something. That might be something, but again, I'm not recommending you do that. But generally speaking, whenever I've been uncomfortable in a trade, I kill the trade as quickly as I can. Whenever I'm uncomfortable in a trade, it either means that I made an entry I never really should have made, and I realized that, or I oversized going into the trade, or both. If I'm being honest, probably both more often than one or the other. So that's, what I would throw out there. Sorry, just jumping around some messages here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do remember that as well. I remember my first halt, it was a China stock. All right, sorry, there's just other meetings that are going on that they were asking if I wanted to be a part of, and I said I'd rather stay with you folks. RVPH, what an open for that. So look, you have to be above your price right there, and if nothing else, you've had your chance to exit it with a profit. Excellent. Good deal, Brian. And now I'd let your nerves calm, because this is, if I'm being honest, a few times where I've had this go on, especially early on with halts, I try to go right back in on a stock or something like that and then handed the money right back. So often at the very beginning of me getting stuck in halts, not that I get stuck in a lot of halts, but let's say the first several anyways, I learned that walk away from the computer afterwards. Let's see, Trevor, I made a layout with charts and scans about 5 months ago, and Trade Ideas makes an update. Will my layout be updated with the program, or do I need to update it somehow? No, it should be exactly the way you left that layout there, Trevor. Just one thing, very important, and this goes for everybody, all right? There's 2 saves on a layout, right? One is save layout, file, save layout. This is a local save. It'll come in default _ layout like that. Every time you do that, that's the layout that Trade Idea starts up with every single time. You can rename it and whatever, and have different layouts in here, and whatever you name it, as long as you resave it that same name, it'll always save over that one. But the default layout, this one here, and how it preloads like that there, that will always be the layout that you start Trade Ideas with on that specific machine. Now, you may come a day where you're switching machines for whatever reason. You're either on vacation, you got a new machine, whatever it is. If you go File, Save or Share to Cloud, all right, and you click Entire Layout here on the right, that'll put check marks in all the boxes on the side here, and then you name it in this box here, and you click Save. That will be with you wherever you go in the cloud. You get a new computer, you're using it at your mother-in-law's, your dog walker's house, your meditation psychologist's house, wherever you are in the world. That saved in the cloud like that, you'll always be able to access that layout there, unless Trade Ideas and the cloud and everything else burns to the ground, which, anyways, bad joke. So that'll always be there like that for you. And I highly recommend, I could not stress it enough, anything that you really want to be careful with that's saved, back everything up to the cloud. It doesn't take much time. You can do individual scans, whole docs, plus the layout. And just this way you have it all right there for you. No questions asked. You'd know exactly where it is. And that's a good way to keep track of everything. Mike C, what's happening, my friend? What's happening? Happy Monday to you. Yeah, Brian, I understand that completely. I understand that completely. All right. We're plugging along here. Let me know, Trevor, if that helped. Hopefully that did. And again, we'll make no updates that will affect your layout. Well, they shouldn't anyways. If they do, it'd be really kind of a first. There's always isolated cases, but whenever something is 1 out of 8,000 people or something like that, it's hard to account for what went on there. So anyways, any updates that we make with the software should bear no negative or positive effect on your already saved layouts or scans for that matter. Okay, what else? All right, we were jumping around some charts here. That looks like it's likely to halt on the way up again. Made a new layout on my desktop last night, but doesn't show in the cloud on my laptop today. Right, you got to save it to the cloud to do that. So you just have to get it on the desktop and load it like you would normally, and then save it to the cloud, and then you'll be able to get to it from there. Sorry, just watching this RBPH. Looks like it's likely to halt, and there it is, halted. So that's halted again. Okay, well, that's exciting. What's the float on that? 17 mil on the float. All right. Fair enough. Pharmaceutical. So obviously it's some kind of news and positive reaction on the open that it then gave up and then some, and has gone on to skyrocket. Confession on my lost my 3 column. Ooh, all right, Mike C. Sorry about that. Yeah. Let's throw up a chart of that there. Oof. All right. Well, as they always say, there's always another trade ahead of you, right? So, not gonna lie, I look at this meta chart and I just remember how many people are like, company's done below $100, it's over, they've lost their way, blah blah blah. I have no idea. I don't use Facebook. I couldn't possibly care less about Facebook. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's still Facebook is what this company is, right? And I just remember how many people like that was it. Company was dead here, and there it is. And 384.33 being its lifetime high. I mean, while it's still a good ways off of it, not that bad, right? All things considered, how many doomsayers are out there between, these kinds of stocks, this one specifically, and the economy, and blah, 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 blah. There's Meta still up over $300 now after earnings. So you and me both, Mike C. You and me both. I made some doozy bad ones. That's for sure. That is for sure. So, all right, interesting. As Barry had mentioned before, XLC. We talked about that, right? That's your communications sector, and XLK. And they're going to need stocks like Meta to hold up, to boost them. That's for sure. They're going to need some new kids on the block anyways to come in. Let's see, how are some of the other big ones faring compared to the 200s? So Apple back below the 200. Microsoft, it's holding over it well for the moment. The Googs, anytime you want to load, be fine with me. There we go. All right, so some pain after earnings, still holding up above it. Can't forget about our good streaming friends, Netflix. So that's held that earnings gap real well so far, I would say, all things considered in the market. Still, now this one's still way off its lifetime highs, $700 and some pennies there. Interesting that you have these ones here that are still holding above. If we ever get a few of the laggards to really start to pick up here, what we might see. Let's see who's someone that we want to look at. I can't think of anybody right now off the top of my head. Let me throw out some names. You know what I want to do? Let's mess around for a second here since there's nothing else really coming in. Let's go top list, a new top list. Let's market cap. Market cap, where are you? Let's sort by that, the biggest on top. And let's add some columns here. Position, and let's show the year column. Let's show the 2-year column. Well, let's show a lifetime range column. What else do I want to add in there? And again, anybody with questions or comments or anything like that, fire those away for me here. I'm just I'll mess around for a second here. Let's go 3-month as well. Right now, let's give it some metrics here. $10 is a minimum here. Get rid of those. And I'm going to see what this is returning real quick here for us. Let's color scheme this. I like things when the colors. Market cap. Okay. And let's sort them on position and range year by the serve or by the display sort. And there you have it, sports fans. Good Lord, I'm bogged down. Hold on. I'm going to close some other softwares, man. This is just too much for my system. Some of the things I got going on. That was not at all what I wanted to do. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Let's see if that can't help a little bit. All righty. So TTE, Total Energies. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't add a market cap column, right? Duh, Chris. I mean, what the heck is the point in what we're doing if we're not even looking at market cap, right? Aye. Sometimes I wonder where my brain is. Marty, is there a way we can see when stocks prices are very near both 15-minute VWAP and 20-day moving average at the same time? No way to anchor. I don't know what you mean by 15-minute VWAP. VWAP's the VWAP, unless you're trying to anchor it from a specific point, which no, because the only VWAPs we're going to have are dailies, or here's the. So, you're going to want these distance from VWAPs, and this is, today's VWAP, yesterday, day before yesterday, 3 days ago, 4 days ago. So you can see distance from any one of those and then use a 20 SMA. So that would look something like this. Let's go new, let's go top list, bring that over here. But the VWAP's the VWAP. outside of anchoring it to something specifically, which we can't do other than what you're seeing here. So I could add that. Very near both. So we could add that filter, and then I'd put something like, let's say, a minus 0.25 and 0.25. Let's hide unused. Let's go SMA 20 SMA. So here's your 20 SMA and distance from, and I do the same thing here. I'd go minus 0.25 and 0.25. I'm going to go to minimum price there of that. I'm going to give it a minimum shares traded of 250K. And, you know, it's sorting on them that are the most up from the prior day's close. But that would be as best as you could do. So, you know, these are all going to be there. And we could throw columns up for those as well here. So we could see where they are in relation to those respective columns. So, you know, you want to see these as close as possible is what you're saying. So here, you know, it would look like this. I can go ahead and share this if you want as a template. We'll call it close VWAP and 20 SMA for Marty. And you could work off of this as a template if you like. And you could tighten those values as well. You know, I did no more than 0.25% below or above on either one of those. You can certainly dial that in even more, 1/10 of a percent, for example. Just know that the tighter you get the filters, the less that's going to come through here. Some people want that. Some people want more. You know, obviously, beauty's in the eye of the idea generator. But that's what I'd point you to for that. There we go. And let me know, you know, Marty, pop some questions in if that wasn't clear enough for you. You want me to go back over something, or you have other questions, period, whether it will change that or anything else, of course. So, all right, what was I doing? Oh, yeah, we were messing around with some higher market cap stocks and where they sit in the world of their position and ranges here. Pour myself a little more tea there already. All right, so let's see here. We talked about TTE here, so it's got a 160 million market cap there. And the thing has been here's the beginning where it started, the beginning of the year. There we are. Something similar here. There's Meta jumping up for us here. So interesting. Walmart. So we got some big names up here. Shell, Adobe. That was one of the ones I was thinking about before that has performed well so far this year. Interesting to see where these line up. Some of them in position lifetime ranges and the 3-month ranges too on some of these here. So what I'm really trying to do is, you know, we've seen the market's mostly been propped over the last year plus on some of the bigger names in general. I'm just looking at, you know, where they are right now and how strong they are in comparison to these different ranges right now. So for example, you know, you've got something like NVIDIA. While it's been overall strong on the year, it's really kind of come undone here in the last 3 months, right? Now let's see what's been performing the best over the last 3 months like this. So again, there's TTE, Verizon. That I did not have on my bingo card. but that's because of that gap up right here. So it doesn't tell the full tale. And we look at Verizon for all the rest, not so great looking. There's your Lockheed Martin, your defense. Again, that's going to do geopolitics here more than anything else. Walmart looks like just remaining a nice, steady, strong name here overall, across the board on everything. Right? Shell, that's energy. Same idea here. Just kind of moving along. And the same idea with T-Mobile here, right? Bottom way back here in the spring, middle end of the spring, that's June. So moving along like that. Microsoft, you know, another one here, remains strong. Pharmaceuticals here with Nordisk. Interesting. Lilly, another one. Netflix, not quite as much because the 2-year range, not so great. On the weaker side of lifetime and 3-month ranges, but there it is nonetheless. You know, just looking at this, perhaps I'm mentally making a shopping list here on what has remained strong over the last 3 months when the market sold off, and where are likely areas I might want to look if we start to bounce again and move up. On the flip side of things, we're looking for weakness, right? We could find that just as easily coming to the bottom of the scan, right? So Morgan Stanley. So some financial names that are down here, right? A couple of financial names. Well, we can't ignore the fact that there's also pharmaceutical names down here. We saw pharmaceutical names up top, and we see energy down here. We saw energy up top too. So it's interesting how that spread is on weakest and strongest stocks, that there's really a big spread on these, and the market's picking winners and losers right now for various reasons. I find it interesting that ExxonMobil is down here, right? Did really well on Overstock this AM. Well, first off, congratulations. Always like to hear winners. As I always say, there's room for everybody at the top. I would say I would identify whatever that setup was, what your trading plan was in it. I would identify those components. What was your buy trigger? What was your sell trigger, right? What was your thesis on share sizing, so on and so forth? I'd isolate those things. I'd write them out, and then make sure that you try to apply that to trades moving forward. That's what I would say. It's more about process than opinion, of course. Obviously, or I shouldn't say obviously, but I surmise it's likely you're looking at some kind of bottoming process here, bottom fishing. As I've mentioned before, while I'm not a bottom fisher, bottom fishing, if done correctly, can lead to some really fantastic gains, of course. Hello and welcome there, Adiyogi. Welcome. You have any questions pertaining to Trade Ideas platform, please go ahead. Don't be shy. Fire those away. So, all right. Back here, finish up these thoughts on this market cap stuff going on here. So, you know, we see a good spread on quite a few of these here. We see a lot more weakness. Let's expand this out. Let's get a good shot of this data here, right? We see a lot more weakness than we do strength over the last 3 months, right? I think that's something super important to note. I also will always note that I am more of I lean bullish. I try to find the bullish case in things. more than I do the bearish case, but I cannot ignore that there is a lot of bearish tape as far as indicators go right now. Between major indexes making lower highs and lower lows again. And, looking at something like this, where these are your stocks that are going to weigh the most in the indexes for the most part. Your Dow Jones, obviously, it's price weighted. Your SPY and your NASDAQ are cap weighted, right? So when you've got a lot more losers than winners in those regards here, let's exclude the Dow because, like I said, that's price weighted. So it doesn't weigh the same here as what I'm discussing. Can't ignore these things. Today I see that there's positive news on the Air Canada earnings, but to a surprise, it's down. Is there any possibility that it would go up again? I mean, yeah, there's always a possibility to go up again. I think what you have to, or anybody has to realize, is that the reaction to news and earnings is not likely to be what we think it's going to be. How often have we seen positive news come out and the stock starts selling off, and vice versa? It's negative news and the stock rises on the negative news. I mean, heck, we had years where we had all kinds of negative news and the market just marched right up in the face of that negative news nonstop, as just a proxy example there. So absolutely, could it turn around? Yeah, it's going to need a positive reaction to some kind of catalyst to come in versus the negative reactions and the catalysts. I'm not sure what Air Canada's ticker is. Is it AC? I don't know. Give it a shot here. What the heck? Nope, definitely not AC. And we could see good earnings come out, and then the stock guides poorly for the coming quarters to temper expectations. That's always something to consider as well. Alrighty. So keep those questions coming, folks. Keep those questions coming. I think I've run my course with this market cap scan. There's a whole lot else for me to comment on this. Just kind of looking over some of the names in it and where they're at. I can't help but notice this right there, that Berkshire. That's interesting to me. Coming down here and shaking hands at the 200-day, but bounced off of it. Let's see if there's anything else in here. It's been a long time since AMD has done a whole lot positive for a long period of time, I think. Yeah, it came off that bottom really strong, actually. Much more than I would have thought, actually. Oops, excuse me. I'm going to mute myself. I got a sneeze coming on. Excuse me. Thank you. Disney. Boy, people love to hate on this stock right now, huh? Not that I can blame them. I mean, this thing is just woof. Speaking of someone to pile on, I canceled my Disney Plus subscription as they raised that price to $140 a year. No thanks. I got nothing on there I want to see for $140 a year. The last part of what I was saying is that they could have had positive earnings, but they could have guided poorly into the next quarters. So, today, our earnings, they could have come out and said something along the lines of, yes, our earnings have come within line or whatever it is, but we're looking at guiding poorly over the next, the next half a year, or we're seeing this slowdown there or something like that. So today is good because remember, the market is, the market in general is a forward-looking mechanism, right? The market isn't pricing in what's going on today in general. Obviously, if some major thing happens today, it's going to affect today's prices, right? But generally speaking, the market's pricing in things many months out. So if something guides poorly,
it's going to reflect poorly on today's prices, regardless that they could guide poorly today and come in and beat earnings again next quarter, right? Has GM found a bottom? I doubt it. I'm kidding. But the only reason why I said that is because the price of cars right now, number one, the interest rates, number two. I believe there's some kind of strike thing going on, and I'm going to tell you right now before anybody chimes in on any of that, I literally know nothing about it other than I believe. I could even be wrong. I painstakingly avoid all news. I go through great lengths to make sure that there is no news that enters my Twitter feed, period. I do not have cable TV. I have not watched cable news in 7 or 8 or 9 years. I don't even know what it is anymore. I do everything to avoid it. Do I know there are things going on in the world? I am aware. People love to tell me about them, and I kindly tell them, please stop talking about it in my presence. Take it out somewhere else. Don't need to know. Don't want to know. So with all that said, what I'm looking at here is the fact that people are not buying EVs. If they're buying EVs, generally they're buying Teslas, is for what my understanding is. You've got some kind of strike that's going on, and you have a part of the economy that is going to suffer from high prices and high interest rates right now. Put those together, and you have GM's price looking much like it does. Is this the bottom? I mean, this very well could be the bottom, but that, just because it's bottom doesn't mean there isn't a lot of room to go this way for a long time, right? So I would consider that as well. Now, let's play a game here called what are some likely support areas? So I will start by adding that line. And, I think the areas that I look at, if it breaks below this 27 level, because actually that is an area of interest as far as I'm concerned, I would then be looking at whatever this is about to be. So 24, I'd be looking at around that. And then I'd be looking down here at 20. So if it breaks this, I'd be looking at 24 and 20 after that as areas to try to find some support on that. All right, glad that that made sense there regarding the Air Canada earnings, and you could take that from an example there with Air Canada to anything. And I'm no earnings expert whatsoever, other than I pay attention when it's earnings season and stocks that are moving based on reactions to earnings. But I don't look at I don't ever look if it was good or bad earnings or anything like that. It's more about the reaction than the news. That's the most important thing. How are traders reacting? Because what we're seeing here on charts is emotions, human emotion playing out in real time. I saw someone, I can't remember who it was. They posted something on Twitter the other day. It might have been Brian Lund. Is there a lot of algos out there and things like that? Sure. But remember who programmed those algos? Humans with emotions. And just remember that the people that program those algos still have emotions, still watch those algos, and are very likely to intervene and interfere on those algos because humans just always think they know best. Whether that's correct or whatever or not, the human knowing best, I'll let scientists and data scientists debate that stuff. What I do know is that it was a very, very insightful and correct statement, I think, where you have these algos that are programmed by people with emotions, and those same people can go right in and start to manipulate, change, turn on, turn off, turn down those algos that are going on out there. So anyways, as usual, long story long, but keep it coming. This has been another good session. We had a lot of these in a row lately. I'm avoiding trying to bring out the sector list for the day
I don't really see a reason to. Last week on Monday, we did it a bit. Last week when I was filling in for Steve on Thursday, again, we did something similar. So I don't see any reason to go over that sector list like that. This market cap exercise I did kind of had to do with, tonight. I didn't really get a chance to do it this weekend because I didn't feel like doing it this weekend. But tonight I plan to make, go over some top lists and try to find stocks that have been beat up the least and start to put together some lists of stocks that beat up the least so that if we do start to see a turn in the market, these are the ones likely to see the best positive turn up in the market. And someone may say, how would you do that, Chris? And I'd say, all right, well, let's take a look. There's some likely ways that I would do that. Let's get back into this scan here. And some ways that I would do that relate to what I actually, let's close that actually for a second. Relate to what I've just done here. Looking at the past 3 months, stocks that have held in there the best the past 3 months, and maybe also on some other shorter time frames too. So actually, let's do this. Let's go in. Let's get rid of some columns here. I'm going to get rid of lifetime and 2-year columns. I'm going to keep that. I'm going to kill market cap. I don't really care for that as well. We don't need that. And let's dial this in with some other items in here. Let's, what do I want to dial this in here? What do I want to dial it? Hello, Mers, how are you? How are you? Welcome, welcome. What are some other things we want to dial in here? I'm very careful when I'm doing stuff like this because, I don't want to over filter. The sorting is going to do more of my work. So let's sort on, as a matter of fact, let's sort on 3-month range. Let's go position. Let's go with position in 20-day range. Add that column. Got that. Let's see. Realistically, I don't really trade much over $100. You know what? Let me go 3 just for a bigger data sample. And I just want to be careful with this volume stuff. 3-month average volume, we're going to add that filter. We're going to say it's got to trade at least 250 shares on the day. That's not unreasonable, right? Let's take a look at what this looks like here. Interesting. And we're sorting on 3-month. We're going to go ahead and change the color set on that. 3-month. Go. Perfecto. That's what I like. Let's take a look at some of these here. You know what? One more thing. No, you know what? I'm going to leave those ETFs in there. Well, while that's interesting, that's not what I'm really looking for. Can't help but notice that. China stock. Global MoFi Metaverse. Interesting. But no. We're not seeing too much on here that I'm liking right off the bat. Obviously, it's inverse of Tesla. Another inverse of Tesla. LRN. No, every day at noon Eastern on YouTube, a different one of us takes over for an hour from Barry. So today you get me. Tomorrow you get Michael Noss. Wednesdays you get Jamie Hodge. Thursdays, Steve Gomez, and Fridays, Andy Lindloff. And of course, if any of the above are absent, one of us usually fills in for one of them. So you will have Barry back here in about 13 minutes, give or take. All right. So LRN, I think this is a China stock too, no? Nope, I was wrong. Really thought that was a Chinese stock for some reason. Headquartered in Virginia. Well then, makes me extra wrong.
Not a first. So, LRN, big gap up off this earnings. But I'd note that, over the last couple of months, while the market was selling off, this was not selling off, right? This is going to be your inverse of your semiconductors, ATGE, who and what are you? So 2 education stocks there. Can't not notice that. However, this doesn't look as nice when we're looking at that there on that. This is waste management. Nope. I don't know what waste management is. What are you? Insurance agencies. Well then. Everybody's favorite companies. Again, when we look at the position and range here for the year, not overly great, but does look good on the 3-month and 20 days because of this earnings gap, gapped up over the 200 and holding. So it might be something to keep an eye on. It's your inverse of ARC. So again, I'm not interested in these necessarily as trading vehicles, but you can't help but notice so much bearish coming through on things that are up the most over the last 3 months. Some kind of government bond, some kind of other government bonds. Again, not looking good for the bulls. Rita, that's obviously some kind of buyout. Ugh. All right, this is another thing I think of all the time too. When you got stock, well, Apron's a buyout obviously too. When you got stocks like that are coming through, it's never a good sign for the bulls. So we've got some extra slim pickings going on right now as far as trying to find strong stocks here over the last 3 months. Some real slim pickings. Grasping at straws on this one here, right? That's interesting. Sprout Farms. Don't ask me how I know that off the top of my head. I just do. Bit of a consolidation box. Following a nice path up right now. Some kind of supermarkets. They're big in the Midwest and West, the United States, if I'm not mistaken. The profile says, yeah, headquartered in Phoenix, Arizona. I think I remember Mr. Sean McLaughlin was familiar with them. He did some shopping, lived out in Colorado. I believe he still does. So, all right, folks. That makes for some tough homework here for me because there's not a whole lot going on here. And for anybody else that's looking, now this is just one way to do this. We could do this in other ways. I could sort, instead of sorting on 3, I could sort on 20-day position and range, right? And give us a different look here and go ahead and a very similar look, almost the same look right now. Wonder what happens if I go ahead and eliminate some ETFs here. Anything else? I think that's it for elimination for the moment anyways. Sure, why not global ETFs? And it doesn't even get them all. It doesn't get these inverse ones. Boy, horrible looking list right now for the bulls. Yeah, terrible. I mean, all these bonds and inverse ETFs. So, all right, there you have it, sports fans. Again, we've got a couple of minutes before Barry wraps up his break. So again, don't be shy.
RVPH, what did that do? So that didn't quite make it to 7. Fighting around that 6 level now. I'm going to go ahead and slide a price alert up here. Keep an eye on it, see what happens. But boy, I'm not going to lie. That just really discouraged me a little bit, trying to find some bullish areas here in the overall market. That is not very much to go off of. Not at all. And just because, yeah. High, lower high, lower high. A low in here, a lower low, and a lower low equals a downtrend. So, well, let's see. There's a lot of people that believe that now that we're through that 420 level on the SPY, we're likely to shake hands down here with 400. That would really put us below that 200 by quite a bit. And, just interestingly enough, we were sloping down on that for a hot minute there. We're kind of leveling out in this area here and starting to get that upward slope again. So, the longer moving average is obviously going to take longer to react to price changes. Oop, there goes my timer. Put some earphones in. And just taking a longer peek here with that 200 moving average. So I can't even tell you the last time I really looked at a 200 moving average. It's been probably 2 or 3 years. I think sometime at the beginning of 2021, sometime in the beginning of 2021, I took basically all indicators off my daily chart with the exception of my position or the period low of 20. When will we get a shot at that again, right? When? Let's see, RVPH shot back up over 6, shot back under 6. Just keep an eye on it. Won't be rushing into anything here. And again, cannot ignore inverse, right? Inverse. All those inverse ETFs right here. Hard to find some bright spots right now to the bull side. And RIX, what are you? Why are you leading a race here? All right, so some kind of therapeutics. Not a ton traded on it on the day so far. So, although the relative volume is ticked up there a little bit. AMPS. This one on a nice run. I remember a couple of months ago, a year ago, sorry. Really beat up since. Yes. I hear you.
Wow. It's amazing. I mean, I'm always blown away by the sensitivity of the mic. Truly. I mean, that was about as low as I could go without not talking.
Right.
Jeez. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm hearing how you're saying, not finding too much on the upside. I think you were trying to do some kind of a scan that showed potentially strong stocks. Not really finding too much, though, are you?
I'm not finding anything, to be honest.
Anything? Okay, no. Really?
I mean,
What was your criteria?
I was sorting on position and low of or position and range on 3 months. Just see what was up the most over the last 3 months. I mean, basically everything is an inverse ETF or some kind of nonsense government bond. Right. There's very, very, very few stocks that were meeting it. You could drill down more, but I was, looking at stuff in between $10 and $300.
Sure.
3-month average of
3-month volume average of at least 250,000 shares a day. So trying to get a wide range of stocks to come through that, cast a big net, but there's not a whole lot out there. We're beat up. We're selling.
Yeah, well, I know you said, I'm sort of surprised that you don't use at least the 200-day on a daily chart. You being a CMA and all, but anyway,
I wanted to get that real shock effect with a lot of these guys when people are like, what's your favorite indicator? And I always answer the same thing: price and volume.
Price and volume, and that's it. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm almost as bad as you in terms, well, not bad. I mean, it's all our trading style, but
yeah,
I do like to see the 200-day, and I do like to see the VWAP. Not that I really, I mean, it's, it's more just out of interest. It's not that I really play the VWAP that much, but I suppose it keeps me in or out of trades, and the 200-day, that's all it really does. It's not that I'm looking for it, but I guess it kind of keeps me in or out of a trade.
Yeah, it's similar in that sense, especially for intraday trading, in the sense that if I'm in something and it's really getting extended off that VWAP, it's something to consider.
Right.
Do I want to pull some off of it? And then vice versa, if something's trading below it and I'm interested to get in it, how much room does it have up to that, aside from any other possible stops along the way, whether it's looking on the daily chart or whatever else. So, but the same thing, it's there. It's not the end all be all of anything. It's really just looking left as the end all be all, is the ultimate decider.
Well, that was a very expensive break for me. I mentioned in the room just before I took my break, well, guys, you might want to take a look at RVPH. It looks like it's trying to break out a little bit. And then I took my break, and it went from 470 to 6 something. Wow.
Well, we had who was it?
I think
Brian R. Yeah, Brian R. was stuck in it on the halt up and did himself all right though. So
I wanted to chime in because I could see what the bid ask was. It looked pretty good, and as we have said many times, the first halt is usually okay. Okay, and that certainly worked out well. All right, my friend, I'll take over for you. Thank you again for spelling me the hour.
Of course. Always happy to do that. Another good session here, I felt like.
Yeah.
And all right, I'm gonna go make myself some lunch.
Okay. Okay. Talk to you later.
Thanks, everybody. I'll talk to you all later. Bye, Barry.
Okay, bye. All right, guys. Marius. Okay. Hello. Marius. Okay, guys. So I was just, got to get back in both rooms. There we go. I'm back in both rooms now. Give me one moment as I get my music going. And the lunch I had, because I know you guys probably heard me just before I took my break. I said, hey guys, RVPH looks like it's trying to break out a little bit. And then I took my break, and man, from 12 to 12:15, that went from from about 470 all the way up to 678. Pulling back now. Actually, it is shortable for me too, 37,000 shares. When I first looked, there were about 70,000. So they're being snapped up now at Interactive Brokers. Could have another run. It's a pretty low float. I mean, it's not the crazy low float, 17 million. Did have some news. I mean, it did actually have some news. There's a $12 price target put on it by Roth. Okay. But it did have some news. It was late stage to do with, Yeah, phase 3. And I can't remember what they do. Schizophrenia, that's right. It might not. You're right. I mean, it might not. It would be great if it could somehow get back up to 6 and they just sit there for a while, and then 1:30, 2 o'clock, have another explosion in volume. Could easily take it through that 7 level. If it can somehow get through that 7 level, the next high is up here on 8 on the monthly chart anyway. Yeah, I'm here, Marius. I am here. Maybe you can't hear me. Okay, guys. So now let's take a look. Anything looking to see if there's anything that on is still pretty good. I mean, it's almost down to that 66, 67 level. I think that was the next low looking left. Not in I'm not in it 66, 67. Yeah. Not in it anymore. DYN. Well, what do you want me to go back to really quick? Well, I can't watch the YouTube video, Marius. Okay, I cannot do that. But I know we talked about what creating an alert window from scratch, and but I can't watch a YouTube video. Remember what I said? If you're looking at a YouTube video from us from a long time ago, and I mean, I think I explained how to do it, starting from scratch and all that. So Trevor, there is, yes, on the SPY, there is a long wick, and another charting program had the same thing. Though, yes, another charting program had the same thing. So it wasn't just us. Now we noticed that. Don't know why. Can't I have no explanation why? And I don't know. I mean, Chad, I don't know Tesla. I have no idea. I think Tesla had some wicks on Friday also, didn't it? Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, that is really choppy for Tesla. That more looks like trading. I mean, it's not. I thought it was just going to be one wick. No idea. It's just there's just a real battle between bulls and bears on this one right now. So, what template exactly are you talking about? Are you talking about some new alert window? And then start from scratch, load the settings. Oh, here we are. Now I just add whatever I want, symbol, the columns, or and all the. Are you talking about the one that I don't understand that. I really don't. I created this for people who. Are you talking about this one? Looks like this. You're talking about that one? This is something that. Are you talking about this? Okay. So now you've got to add in a symbol. You right click, configure, symbol list, and now add in a symbol, single symbol. Well, yeah, okay, but why am I going to do history? I mean, the only thing it's going to bring up is plan because that's a single. Are you saying because it's blank, there's a problem? Yeah, stock boy, just give me one moment. I'm trying to. But you have to put a symbol in. You have to put a symbol in that you want to test. Symbol is so I this is my single symbol. You have to put a symbol in. Let me do RVPH. I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean, but let me just do RVPH because we know that was very You're going to see it. Okay, so that now if I do a history, here we go. Every time RVPH made a new high, I'm seeing all the filter values starting at 9:30. Okay, from a specific date. I guess time frame. Pick your date. Now, RVPH may not have done anything though on a previous date. Remember, you're using this to find a single symbol that you're trying to maybe mimic to see if you can create a scan out of it. So if history and a previous trading day, may not be much. I mean, that's it. Because it only made one new high, I guess. And then after that, it dropped. Okay. I mean, I'm not really sure how much more. Remember, I mean, why look at a previous day? Why not just, take the one that is really active today, and then you'll have a lot of data, and try to create a scan from it. Don't worry. No, no, don't have to be sorry, stock boy. But why do that? I mean, you can I mean, but what if it didn't have an historic pop? Okay. Why do that? I think you're complicating it, Marius, okay? I think you're just complicating it. The whole idea of the single is to use a single stock and put it in there. I mean, if you want, I mean, you can go history and then, use this time frame and go back to a certain date, I suppose. But that stock, that single stock may not have done anything. So you're talking 4:05 PM. I sort of remember you're asking that one. Well, I don't know, number one, if it works in the after hours. I've never really tried using it after hours. It's possible it works after hours, but I've never, you're talking after hours. I'm not even sure this works after hours. Okay? So if that's what you're trying to I've never tried to do it after hours. You're trying to do something that happened after hours, and I remember, I think you asked that question back on the 10th, and, TPST was crazy. You could never possibly map that, okay? I'm sorry. Okay? So I can't, I don't think I can help you. It's again, I can't even remember if this works after hours. What was a big stock, on Friday? Something that really moved on Friday. Okay, well, but why are you fixated on that one? I remember you asked that question. The TPST on that day, no way could you create a scan based on that, okay? Seriously. I remember you asking that question, and I was thinking, "My goodness, I mean, that just popped so quickly, and there's no way you could create a scan based on that, in my opinion." So I don't think I can help you. If Steve couldn't help you, It went back to the 11th or something. If he couldn't help you, I'm not sure how I can. Well, it is your biz, I get it, but I guess I can't help you. I always get confused on using this calendar anyway. So sorry about that. I just yeah, I don't know. I have to admit, I'm not 100% sure how to use the calendar going way back like that. I don't know. It's not intuitive to me. Pepe probably knows. Yeah, I'd have to really try to figure it out, okay? I'd have to try to figure out. I can't do it right now, Marius, okay? I don't have the time. I know what you're saying. I find it confusing too. Be nice to just be able to pick a date and maybe put both dates here. I don't know. But I understand you're saying that's your business. If you want to try to find something to happen on October 10th after hours, TPST, I can't help you right now. Oh, Stockboy, if you're still around, you still around? I can help you now if you're still around. No, 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 no. You're not being rude. It's just that there's certain things that might take me a little bit of time, and I just don't have. Just Stockboy, are you still around in our YouTube room? I'll give you a couple of minutes to answer. You said you had to go. Too bad. If Pepe's around, he probably knows, you set just October 10th as your date. You don't want to have a whole range. You just want that specific date in the history. It's been so long since I've ever even tried to do that. So correct means Pepe knows? Okay. Are you talking now about you want every stock or you want just that one stock, Marius? Because then you're not using then the single stock window or the stock like this is not what you want. Okay, just that one stock. Well, so what Pepe is saying, history, time frame. Okay, so want the 10th. End is the from date and now is the end date. So that would be now this looks like you have to pick from here. You don't have a column or here. Well, okay, but here's your time. So let's go 4. Oops. Oops. Oh, my goodness. Just give me a moment. So you're saying put the dates the same? So begin time on the well, he just wants right at 4:05. Oh, end time on top. Oh, I see. Okay. I got you. I got you. So you could put to 5 o'clock or whatever here and get that. So PM. So the okay, so your begin time is here, and then I'll go the 10th. Okay. So this is what Pepe is saying. Okay. So you can use that history like us. You put the end down here, 10:10, started at 4:05. I'm sorry, you begin here, and then end up here. Same date, and whatever time frame you want. You want till 5 o'clock or whatever. So let's just pretend that you want to go to 5 o'clock. Okay, an hour. There you go. Thank you, Chris. So just take that. Okay, Marius. Well, just do this, and then so okay, in that single. So on that history template that I gave you, make sure yeah you just put TPST in there. Then take a screenshot. Chris is already putting one in. Take a screenshot of this or use Chris's and just put this. It's up to you what time you want it to go to. Okay. Well, I mean, 4:05. I mean, I don't know what time convention you're using. Well, I guess you have your choice. I mean, if you want to use military time, but I think that's more to do with your time options. I mean, I don't use military time. But take a screenshot of this, please, okay? And then in your time options, time options, you have a choice. I don't use military time, but you can select to display military time, but I don't. Marius, please, all you have to do is look right here, okay? This is exactly what you want. And the only thing on the top is how far you want it to go to. Yes, 4:30 p.m. Sure. The top window is where you want it to go to. The bottom window is when you want it to start. Okay? Just take a screenshot of that. This is what Chris put in also. Okay, so now he's got 4 a.m., but I mean, I asked you to take a screenshot of what I had. That's okay. So here you would put 10:10 4:05 p.m. Hopefully you can see what I'm talking about. And then here you want to go to 4:30 p.m. So you're going to go from here to here, starts here, ends here. Okay? But please take a screenshot of this. I mean, Chris put 4 a.m., but I mean, you want to have 4 p.m. and then whatever time frame you want it to go to is up here. Okay? That's pretty simple. The date down here, the time you want it to start, the same date here, the time you want it to end. Thank you, Pepe and Chris. All right, guys, let's see. So the market, okay, so we had that 45 minutes down, a little bit of pop up, a little bit down, but the trend is barely up, and I mean barely up. All right, guys, I'm going to do a video now. So, what time is it? It is 1:24, so it should be no later than 1:35. This is no good. My keyboard is running out of power. Just give me a moment. I'm going to have a bit of a problem here, guys. My keyboard just is running out of power. Well, no, all I ask though is that you just take a screenshot of it. If you took a screenshot of it, then, there's no, I mean, there should be no, I shouldn't want to say further questions, but I mean, the screenshot is just take a screenshot and then you'll know what to do next time, no matter what time frame you want, no matter what symbol you want to look at. That I am, Marius. Well, not that I practice, but okay, guys, I'm going to have a bit of an issue here. I do have another keyboard. Just give me a moment, okay? I have to see if I can get that keyboard up and running. Did tape the little USB to it, bottom here. So let me just see. Give me a moment. No, I did not use a long time ago. Um, Let me just see, guys. I'm going to see if I can get my this pretty cool keyboard. It's a solar keyboard. Never runs out of power. Okay, come on. And the question will be, do I have a spare USB port somewhere? Okay, guys, give me a moment. Hey guys, I'm gonna have to put myself on mute. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to take a break here because I'm gonna have to wait for my keyboard to charge up a little bit anyway. As a rookie mistake, I usually am very good keeping these things going, so I won't be able to use my keyboard for a while. Yeah, the problem is problem is my USB controls both my mouse and that keyboard. So if I got rid of that, anyway, it shouldn't take it shouldn't take that long. Well, not batteries. It's USB. It's not a battery. And usually I'm really, really good, at charging it up. I mean, if I had a wire long enough, I could pop it in, but I don't. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about it. Who needs a keyboard? Yeah, look at the spy. Yeah, no kidding. The spy is having a great little run, guys. This has been an encouraging day. One day does not make a week or a month, but it's been a relatively encouraging day. I think a lot of people, when they saw that 45 minutes down, red, probably thought, oh, well, here we go again. But no, not yet anyway. Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't look like this RVPH is going to come back. This is too, in my opinion, probably too big of a. Though you never know. You just never know. I mean, there's a 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Maybe that holds it. The VWAP is at 514. Maybe that holds it. I'm talking about the RVPH, so maybe that holds it. Let's see how much I can do without a keyboard. Aha. No search terms. Okay, there's one. For KXIN, yeah, KXIN, no kidding. Keeps trying, as you say. Coming into the next high looking left is very close. And then it looks to me like there could be a lot of resistance around two. This is actually it's an earnings, no, tomorrow. So it has earnings tomorrow, according to our provider, before the market opens. Does a desktop have an on-screen keyboard? I guess it would, wouldn't it? Never, never had to use it. Really? But how do I find it? Without typing in on-screen keyboard in the settings? I'm hoping that I get about an hour charge at least. Ah, okay. Whoops. How cool is that? What's that gonna do for me? Aha! Oh my goodness, how cool is that? I had no idea. Okay, well, it's I can at least I can do something while waiting for my keyboard to. Well, in that case, I guess I can do my video. What do I do? What do I need to type in my video? That is very cool. Okay, guys, I'm going to do my video then. I can do it. I can see that I can kind of stumble around and do some typing. Okay, guys, so what time is it now? It is 13:40, say 1:40 or 1:50. Hmm. All right. Okay. Okay, guys, so we'll see you in a bit. I'll put myself on mute now in both windows and both rooms. right, guys. Well, I'm moving through that. Very interesting. Thank you, guys, Pepe and all who indicated that I had an on-screen keyboard that I could use with my desktop. So in a pinch, it does work. So this wrap, man, this wrap had a nice run. I remember seeing this earlier, thinking maybe two would block it, but not not yet anyway. WRAP. All right, guys. So let's see. Anything happening? That KXIN, I know worked very well for some. Well, Katie, I know you got in at 168. I don't know if you got out some or not. Okay, guys. So look at the on. Okay, so here will be my challenge. To find it somewhere. So the on, it got right down into this right into the low of that monthly chart. That monthly candle right there got right into it, almost right to the penny. I think the 66.67, and today it got down to 66.55. So it's having maybe a little bit of a bounce here. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing the wolf is. Well, I got to type this in now. Cool. So the wolf is trying to come back somewhat. I mean, it's been very choppy, but it is trying to come back somewhat. This is basically an all-time low. It's an earnings play, but it is trying to rebound somewhat, maybe with the market. Now, I don't think I'm going to take any trades having to rely on this keyboard. Okay, so though it really it's basically all mouse work, so maybe it won't matter. Is NVDA still considered to be overvalued? Well, of course, your idea of overvalued might be completely different from somebody else's. I mean, I don't know how to answer a question like that exactly. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea how to answer a question like that. High was up 500. It's down to 400 now, 411 right now. Earnings are on the 21st. I mean, if you look at things like RSIs and MACDs, et cetera, I mean, but again, I really don't have an opinion on whether or not NVDA is considered overvalued. Maybe some who trade NVDA in the room, maybe they have an opinion. But that's all it would be, an opinion. I mean, didn't NVDA come out with an announcement? I think here, what could have been here, that they're going to build their own chips or something, basically not use Intel, something to that effect. Yeah, RVTY. I mean, it really did bounce, didn't it? From the 80 level to 84 or so. Yeah, from 80 to 84. I mean, we have it as a lifetime low, of course, but what it's doing, it's looking at, the previous days, but it's an earnings play, but it did have a nice bounce. Still down 13%. Okay, guys, there's the RVPH. Okay, now I'm not saying it's going to have a big bounce, but you can see sort of that it is. I think it's back at the VWAP. So the VWAP held. There's the VWAP at 515 and the 200-day moving average at 510. So both the same. It kind of held. So you never know. Get some volume coming in. This could have another little late day run. There's the RVPH. Had some news. News looked pretty good. Looks like this was late stage, yeah, phase 3 trial. And Roth put a $12 price target on it. Yeah, so you see how this works. I mean, the RVTY, it's basically at the high of the day, but it is still down for the day. That's how this is color coordinated. Okay, so if you have this earnings plays up and down, still won't have this on my homepage. So if you want this one, I can give it to you. But again, the way this is color coordinated is that this RVTY is still down for the day, down 13% from Friday's close, but near the high of the day, because I sort on the position and days range. Whereas DQ, it's not absolutely near the low of the day, but it's still, if you see green, that means it's still positive. But look what's happened. So if you're looking for strong stocks, in theory, strong stocks that have pulled back, I mean, this is not a bad way of looking at it. Though I haven't seen any sort of a bounce. I haven't seen any sort of a bounce for DQ. Well, look at the RVPH guys. I mean, that really. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, even the 200-day moving average. I mean, look how that held. Okay, let's see how much juice my keyboard has got. Oh, that's interesting. So the minute you get your keyboard going, the on-screen one disappears. Makes sense. So Bakshir, is there a question there? I noticed you just popped into the YouTube room. I don't see really a question. I just see a statement. Oh, okay. So do you have trade ideas, or you're looking maybe? By the way, what time is it now? 2:02. So I should go over this while I still have a keyboard. All right, I put in a link called Test Drive November 6th to 20. If you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. So this test drive is fast approaching. It'll actually start next Monday, a week from today. But so what happens is this: if you sign up for it right now, it'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to the full premium service for 10 trading days, except no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. Okay. So, but you'll have access to the our AI and all. Is what it did today. There's a nice alert for on. It was a pretty good one early for the RVTY, but how you trade them is up to you. It's totally up to you. But again, you'll have access just as if you are a premium subscriber. And it will cost $11.11. So if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. Okay, you'll get no live data until Monday, November the 6th. We start getting our data at 4 a.m. Eastern time. You will have access to the program about an hour after the market closes on Friday. So you can play around with it for the balance of Friday, plus Saturday and Sunday. So, get somewhat familiarized with what the program can do, okay, before you take the test drive. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? So again, we do not put you into a subscription. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. If you're a standard subscriber right now and you want to test out our premium service, you can do so also for the $11.11. Now, it starts on the 6th and it goes to the 20th. That is 10 days. If you can only start on the 7th, for instance, you'll only get 9 days. Okay, so it's not 10 days from when you start. This is a fixed period, cannot be adjusted. Okay? Now, if you do take the test drive, then be a slow day for you, William. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, so if you're going to take the test drive, you click on my homepage link, and at the very top here, it says get started. All right. So again, at the very, very least, you can do this right now. You won't have anything to download or install, but you can take a look at the introduction to scans, what top list windows are, and what alert windows are. Okay. But once you have the program, you can run through this, your download and install, your first startup and login, what this toolbar is all about. Spend the 30 minutes. There are 10 short videos. Spend the 30 minutes. I wouldn't, to be honest, I wouldn't take a look at dock layouts. I don't think it's important. I think it'd be too confusing for new people. Okay, so don't even worry about docked layouts. And of course, if you're going to take out a subscription right now, if that's what you want to do, you can use my promo code. Here it is, Barry25. You'll get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. So if at any point in the future you decide you do want to take out a subscription, please either come into the room. So either you can save my link, my homepage link. Just use my promo code. It will help the room a lot. This is a free room, and the way we keep it free is by people taking out subscriptions using my promo. Then the company knows the room is working. Obviously, we use it for marketing purposes. Okay, so that's all I ask. If you're new to Trading 101, it's a series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It is all free. I do a stock of the day video that is free. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. I don't think the trade of the week is triggered. It is WFRD. I don't think it triggered. Trigger point is 95. Yeah, so it may not trigger this week. So before people say, well, this is a bad trade of the week, it's not bad. It just didn't, it may not trigger. When you get the email, you'll see the suggestion of where you take the trade and where you should get out if it's not working. These are designed more for longer term holds. Okay, but I don't think, depending what the rest of what the market does, I don't know if this is even going to trigger this week. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have a Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could have gone there. This is the education section. Again, if you're going to take the test drive, you can take a look at this user guide. Okay, now you don't have to learn everything. It's like any other software program. There's a ton of stuff in there. You don't have to learn it all. All I would concentrate on is knowing here's the getting started again, knowing what an alert window is, knowing what a top list window is, the T window. You might want to take a look at our stock racing. The other thing I would look at is, how to create a price alert on a chart. Very simple to do. And I use price alerts all of the time. Okay. So again, don't get hung up on, you don't have to learn everything. And last, if you do click on my link, my homepage link, and you want my scans, if you're a subscriber right now, here are the scans that I'm sharing. And during the test drive, of course, I'm sharing all these scans. This is just as if you're a normal subscriber. Okay. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. It shows me the gappers, both up and down. This is my abnormal option activity right here. The momentum scan right there, Momo. But I have other scans that I'm sharing. I have some on my other monitor that you can't see, the 10-day daily breakout and down as an example. But I do have some of these scans I don't even have up and running right now, but you might want to take a look at them. Okay, so regarding the test drive, we used to do this once a quarter. I think we're only doing it about 3 times a year now. So again, if you think you can afford $11.11, try us out. And this room is like this Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. I usually take off around 3, but William in the room has for the last few weeks has kept the room open till about 4, sometimes later, depending on what sort of earnings there are going to be after hours. So you can always head over to no, it's not a guarantee. In fact, I didn't ask you today, William. Will you be keeping the room open? I will. Okay, so I will. You will. Okay. Okay. So again, when I take off around 3, I'll always stay later if there are some questions. But if I take off around 3, William will keep the room open until today, 4:15. He says. Now there'll be no screen sharing and nobody's on the mic, but you can come in if you're in YouTube. This is what it looks like. We've got 4 traders in here, and people talk about right here specific stocks only. So you can still talk about trading if you want to for another hour and 15 minutes when I take off. Um, I actually opened it on Saturday. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Sebastian came in and did some. The reason I did that is because I had another Windows update, and I always like to make sure I can get into the room. So that might have been me, unless you saw Sebastian's name. He is saying that we're going to have. I think we're making a small switch. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's going to affect you guys as far as your login is concerned, but Sebastian says the room will be. I think he says it's going to be a little bit better in terms of voice quality and also screen resolution. Maybe more like Discord. Not, I don't mean. I'm talking about the resolution and voice quality. Wow, guys. So this SNY, what is it at now? 44.83. So it did trigger a little bit. You can see there's the high on Friday, got hammered down on Friday on earnings, just absolutely got clobbered on earnings. Trying to recover a little bit. So if there are questions, I've got another 45 minutes or so. Please I would say don't be shy. SNY, no, the trade of the week was WFRD. WFRD. This was the trade of the week, but doesn't look. I don't think it's going to. I mean, it might trigger. I mean, who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? But the market's up today, up big. Look at that. The Dow's up almost 500, and this is down. It's not an earnings play. The trigger is $95, so it got up to 94.74. We don't count the pre-market, okay? So market hours, it got up to 94.74, so it did not trigger. When you get the email, it gives you the suggested entry with just over 95. So it did not trigger. So, again, with the market doing what it's doing today, and this is moving down, but this is oil and gas. So this is in the energy sector. And energy was not the good one today at all, even in the pre-market. There's XLE. XLE is kind of flat. Let's take a look at click on new, and then dock channel bar. And the only custom channel that I've got. Yeah, look, so energy is still really weak. So this is now the change from the open. Okay, so when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened or so, we saw all the stocks that were what were they doing with respect to Friday's close? All the sectors, most of the sectors were all up except for energy, and energy has continued down. Energy, I think, was like, I don't know, about 50-50. But look at this, since the market opened, the stocks that make up XLE, 91% of them are down from their first trade of the day. Now, there's really nothing that's incredible. I mean, you could say retail, 68%. Since they're opening, since whatever the stocks are that make up XRT, 68% of them are above their opening trade of the day. Financials having a decent day, 80% are above the opening price. But boy, energy is just getting hammered here. And so you can see today, even it tried to get above that blue line right there. That is the 200-day moving average. So it tried to get above it, and then it came right back down. So it's still below that 200-day moving average. So as we speak, there are only two major sectors above, and that's XLC, communications, and XLK, technology. Every other major sector is below the 200-day moving average. Speaking of RVPH, again, nothing will surprise me if this actually takes out the high of the day. Get some volume coming in. I mean, it's got to get up to around the 7 level, but you can see after that big pullback, basically to the VWAP. I mean, right to the VWAP. That VWAP has moved higher, but I think the VWAP was around 515. So right into the VWAP. So if you like to see stocks around the VWAP and figure out a way to trade them, well, this would have been really nice. And you can see the volume came in. I mean, that was the whole thing, guys. So look at the volume that came in. Here was the big volume push here, and then volume dwindled off as the price was dropping, and then all of a sudden the volume came in again, which is right there. Wow, I think On just made yeah, it's challenging that monthly low again. ON, challenging that monthly low. So I mean, if it takes that out, I mean, the next low, wow, $59, 59.37. This should be watched tomorrow, guys. I mean, obviously it could have a second day continuation down. Maybe it has a little bit of a bounce, but I'm going to definitely watch this one tomorrow. ON. Okay. So I'm not seeing too much. Haven't had a new alert for a while. 205 is or look at this, and the momentum up. Last alert was at 12:39, and we're at 221 now. So almost 2 hours ago, the last alert for the momentum scan. The last alert in the option scan, 205. So not a lot of action for me anyway. All right. Well, I hope you hope it works for you, Poe. All right, little reversal here for Vanda, VNDA, but too much resistance, I think, too close. Now, this is one scan that I haven't really talked about today. Not too many alerts today. This is just looking if it's green, excuse me, light blue, it's looking for a stock that was down a certain percentage the day before, and now it is positive and above yesterday's high. So you can see there's the Vanda above yesterday's high, Friday's high, down on Friday, reversal, but didn't really see too much. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys. Okay, do I filter stocks out with the spread? Somebody in our YouTube room, you got to change your name. I hate calling you a terrible trader. One day it'll be terrific trader, okay? But anyway, no, I don't stock. I mean, you can filter out the stocks with a bad spread if you want. The problem with that is this. So we do have a spread filter. If I right click, configure, and type in spread. So this is the spread filter that we've got. Okay. So for instance, if I add that filter and I only want to see stocks with a maximum of 10 cent spread. So I put 10 cents in here on the max. Okay. Now the problem is that yes, I could do that. Now you're talking about a bad spread. I get it. The problem with the spread is that of course it can change so dramatically. So let's just say I wanted to only see stocks that had a 5 cent spread. Okay. And I use this filter in conjunction with everything else, new high of the day or whatever your trigger is going to be. So you can start. So I could add a 5 cent spread in here max. At the time of the alert, if I do get an alert, whatever I'm using as a trigger, it would be a 5 cent spread. Okay. The problem is that a half a second later, it could expand to 15 cents or 20 cents. Okay. Because so the spread at the time of the alert will be what you want it to be, but half a second later it could be really different. The same thing is, now you're asking me, well, why wouldn't I just filter out the really bad spreads? The problem with that is kind of the reverse. If I said, don't show me anything under like with a 20 cent spread, as an example, something could have a 20, all of a sudden, something that normally has a 20 cent spread can all of a sudden shrink for a bit down to 5 or 2 cents. Maybe I do want to get into it. Okay. And, I'll take the trade. I won't care so much that it was 20 cents before. It could expand right back to 20 cents. But the bottom line is this, is that when I get a trade, when I get an alert, I'm always looking over here. This is my time and sales from Interactive Brokers, and I'll see what the spread is. Okay. At the big, and the other thing too is at the beginning of the day, the spreads can be really bad. And then, an hour into the day, the spreads can really tighten up for most stocks. So it is somewhat time sensitive too. At the very beginning of the day, especially a stock that is really moving, you can get some pretty crazy spreads depending on the float too. So I just as soon not use it. I mean, it's there. What would be more advantageous is if you could say, okay, you know, show me stocks where the average spread over the last hour was only 5 cents, something like that. But we can't do that. And if you're trading, it depends what you're trading again. If you're trading Apple and you're trading Amazon and all those, mega cap stocks, usually the spread is fine. So if that's what but if you're talking about wanting, you should, I just don't want to limit myself by putting some kind of a spread filter into something when some of these things really fluctuate, and then I can make up my own mind. Do I want to trade it or not based on the spread? Like right now, for instance, RVPH, it's a 4 cent spread. Half a second ago, it was a 1 cent spread. My guess is that when it was doing this, it was probably a wider spread. Anyway, that's just me. I mean, if a person is bound to determine that they never want to see anything with I don't know, with a spread over 5 cents, then fine. You can use that spread filter. Nerds, guys, NRDS. This is still on the move here. NRDS, very choppy though. I mean, since this time, 1245, it's been a beautiful run, but boy, at the beginning, you would have been all over the place trying to trade this one. Now, what did it do at the VWAP? Let's see if it did something. It got down a little bit below the VWAP, 1025. And then when it cleared the VWAP right around here, it started to move. Well, okay, when you say you look at your worst trades and and they had a bad fill, well, you'll hear me, talk about that. I might get an alert and I'll look and say I can't do it. I can't deal with the spread. Now sometimes it won't matter, some stock that moves $3 or $4 and the spread's 30 cents, it won't matter, will it? But the problem is we don't know what's going to do that. Okay. So that's why I just take a pass. And if you're going to say, well, what is the worst spread? It all depends on the price. Also, how it's trading, what sort of like how much volume it is. There's a lot of things that come into it for me. But a lot of the times it's because it's near the open, it's near within the first half hour. It's typically when you get some of the bad spreads. MRC, okay, let's take a look at MRC exploring its sale. Aha. Mm-hmm. 5.28 million available to short at Interactive Brokers. Bloomberg says to explore a sale. Thanks, Wiggle Boss. A lot of volume came in. Yeah, look at this. So MRC, so Got right into that high in the daily chart, I believe. 1084. Got right to 1081, so it got stalled right there. Market is still strong, guys. Market is still boy up 500 now. Nas up 150. It'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow, of course, and then Friday, not sorry, Friday, but Wednesday we've got FOMC. I don't think anybody is expecting them to raise rates. I don't think anyway. I don't know what the consensus is, but I don't think that's the case. But so take a look at O here, guys. Look what it's doing right on the VWAP 4612, 4613. Had a little move up, it's pulling back into the VWAP. Will that VWAP hold? I mean, so if you wanted to, test it out, maybe you take the trade around 4630 and put the stop around the VWAP. 4630 meaning that, the high of that previous 15-minute candle, and see if it can move from there. Okay, guys, I mean, here it is. Always trying to hold that VWAP 4612. But you can really see if it could get above here, that 4641, right up here, you got 1, 2, 3, kind of three 15-minute candles. Those are the highs. If it could take that out, might go on a bit of another bit of a run. Okay, guys, I have about 20 minutes left. Again, any questions before I take off? Again, William will keep the room open until 4:15. All right, guys, back. Pixie, the shift Pixie. Really have to watch how I say that. So they did a bunch of reverse splits, as I recall. This was never a $1,000 stock. This is reverse split adjusted. In fact, I wonder if that is even the high. Yeah, so $1,100 reverse split adjusted. And now, for whatever reason, some volume coming in. Pixie, Pixy. 350,000 in the float. Yeah. Employment placement agencies, you're right. Well, tomorrow will be a more, I mean, there were some, exciting trades, I suppose, or exciting stocks that move, but tomorrow will be, I think, more so. Way more companies releasing earnings after hours today and before the market opens tomorrow. So have a lot more earnings plays to take a look at. So this room opens at 9 o'clock. Now you can come in earlier. I don't get on the mic until 9, but you can come in earlier. Usually somebody is open the room by about 7:30 Eastern time. And then it's either William or Chris, excuse me. Certainly by 8 o'clock though, and then you guys can talk amongst yourselves, and then I get on the mic at 9, and we can probably take a look at some of the bigger earnings plays out there. When I say bigger, I'm not talking about the name ones. I'm talking about the ones that have moved. 13,000 shares for me, William, of Pixie. I took every last single one of them. I wish. Boy, that on is just so much for that month low holding it so far. It's starting to drift down more and more. ON. Boy, this nerds is coming into a big area here. It looks like there's a high of around 1083 on the daily chart somewhere. And the next high, that looks like the monthly high also. And then 1151. I mean, it could be watched tomorrow. I mean, this could keep moving. This is a big day. Big earnings day on Friday. Continuation today. Hasbro was an earnings play on last week sometime. I think it might have been Thursday. Yeah, earnings play on Thursday. Hasbro. How are doing? MAT compared to Hasbro HAS. So you can see Mattel is trying to actually recover a little bit. Hasbro is continuing down. VFC after the close. That should be interesting. Picasso is saying that VFC will have earnings after the close. That should be really, really interesting. Again, this is this Vietnamese EV player. Got up to $100. Actually, got up. Yeah, got up to $100. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was thinking of VFS or something. Yeah, I'm sorry. Not the same. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was thinking of VFS. Yeah. Well, I don't know when they release earnings. Well, they had 'em October 5th, so we're past. All right, guys, I think that's it. Unless there are any questions, I think I'll just pack it in. What I'm going to do for the YouTubers is put the main room link. You can head over there. If you still haven't had enough talking about trading, you can head over to the main room. I'll leave that up there for a bit. And thank you, William, keeping the room open to 4:15. I will put myself on mute now and stop the screen sharing. And putting myself on mute in the main room. And YouTubers, so there's your link if you do want to head over. Otherwise, I'll end the stream right now.